Hi there, chaps. Kanefan 701 here. Just to give you a good clarifier on things, let's just say last week kind of was the beginning of the end for all of my issue problems. And well, I can happily tell you, I finally let go all the issues I had to do. Woke up one morning and I just said a wonderful speech. And well, I think the description, if you go down and if you see in the description box below, it'll tell you everything. That's what I said, and well, I feel like a new person, fully shown, and I'm not going to take any more of what went down last week because I was brave enough to come forward and confront it, and well, I've let go of it. I have my true friends and I have my fans, supporters, those of you who stuck by me and believed in me. I want to take this time to thank you all. You mean the world to me. Thank you. Besides all that, though, in the aftermath of me and my family beating COVID-19, let's just say, life is still hard, but it's taken a good turn for us. We'll just see where it goes from there, and that's all I can say. Hey, Christopher, you just missed the intro there. I feel like a reborn person, like a new man, after lifting the burden off me for so long. I can't be more happier. Hey, comrade, I saw that you finished up doing Timothy. I actually saw it in the videos. I mean, the imagery, and very impressed. Thumbs up for that, man. Looks a lot better than I saw him originally, so that was really good. I just finished off my Lucasade there, just to clear my throat out. Nothing too much is going on. I'm just watching a few bits and bobs and just playing on a upgrade to complete the rest of my CSW route, which I might merge a few more things in before I get the entranceway of it done. But I'm being less active as ever, so I won't be on with the stream for too long. It's only just a small little updating on what's going on. Like I said, if anybody wants to pop in, the link's in the chat below. Like I said, I really do feel a lot better about myself, and I feel that there's something great coming, and who knows what will happen. After everything I've been through, last week and everything else, I think it's finally done with. So, all I can say is thank you to everybody who had supported me for so long. Cheers, lads. Mean the world to me. I just had a bit of a funny sleep, a funny neck too. If anybody wants to come in, the link is there in the box, just to let you know. Okay. Hey there, Casey Jr. I see you backstage. Who knows what will happen? Anyway, well, Fad, it's nice to see you pop in. You're finally getting used to this. Nothing much. I'm doing really, really well, to be honest. Hey, if you want to pop in the stream, the link's right there for you, so you can join in if you want to have a little chit chat. Hey there,
Hello.
Australia. You're finally getting used. Yep, you're finally getting used to the whole stream thing now, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I can't stay long this time.
That's
For
all
a
right.
couple of minutes.
That's fine. Like I said, if you saw my thing in the description box about what my stream really is all about, well, I finally, done away with the burden I had to carry for so long, and because of what went down last week and everything else, regardless, and everything else, let's just say I finally broke through it. And despite the BS and all the crap and harassment and things that will be, that will be found and taken and just try to be effed up with, to try and break me down, I've kind of, broke away from it. I'm not going to have any more of that with friends. I'm going to have that are going to turn on me or troll my work or, cruel way, to make me look like I'm this bloody, bad individual. I've had it for too long, so I've had enough. Finally, it took me a long while, but finally I reached my breaking point, and
So you're finally going to just ignore them all now.
it's not that. It's not just ignoring. It's just that they can do what they can show whatever they like, but it's not. It's just like me, deflecting what they're saying, and try and make them fall to their own, to their own thing.
Level.
Let them fall to their own game. Because at some point karma will bite them in the ass. Pardon my French. Like I said, it's just that's how it is. I mean, they can go on about my Titanic stuff. They can always talk this and that about my imageries of who I am as a person. Well, my real fans like you, for instance, and others can just admire who I am, because we're in a situation now where people just either have two ways. They can agree with the toxic media shit that surrounded me for too long, or they can focus on who I am now as a person outside, because the real Glenn, the real mature Kanefan 701, has been fully matured out ever since. It's just, I've been that way, since I learned my ordeal from last year. If you remember West Rail, about my whole problems with the, that I do carry a bit today, but I just go about it a bit more silently. But I have been able to open up even more to people, and funny enough, they actually understand. They totally understand where I'm coming from, and that I'm just a person who can learn from my mistakes and just go on about it. And as you can tell, the recent haters about me and those who were my friends who turned against me, who think I'm this bad person, this so-called Titanic simp and the whole pedo bullshit stuff and everything else that's just so retarded. I mean, that was like going way back 10 to 5 or whatever it was years or so, but at the same time, I changed my ways, I was talked out of it, and eventually, I got the real support I needed. I mean, other people have done the whole thing with shipping people with Thomas and Friends. They've done it with Star Wars. They've done it in in the Star Trek universe. They've done it in DC and Marvel. With Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, the X-Men. Regardless, we even do it in the anime as well, like I've done. But still, what's wrong with doing it with Titanic? Because to be honest, everyone has their own romantic story. I mean, everyone's done it with Jack and Rose countless times with their own canon, and they've even had their own characters involved or done their own alternative storytelling. And I'm just one of those guys, But I did mine a completely different way, which was a bit unique, and others have done the same thing. And I've seen it with Demon Art people, even before my time. Did some great stuff, So I'm no different. So it's come to me now that I'm like, regardless of what people will say, some will like it, some won't. I mean, I've had some people who have mixed opinions on the matter, West Rail. Some kind of like the idea in terms of storytelling, but character-wise can be a bit mixed, and some kind of understand where I'm going about it, but some of them don't always buy into it. Some are not aggressive about it, some aren't as jealous, but, it's a mixed match. But as long as it's not like a bad negative and like all slappy and all immature social media bollocks or whatever, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Try and get a bad reaction out of you or whatever. That ain't gonna work with me because I mean back then in the day it did get to me because I was super sensitive and very 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 upset because people like me could be that way. They don't see the talent and goodness of what it is. Whereas now I think times have shifted a little bit because I'm getting less backlash, but some do question me, but some do like the idea of what I'm doing. But at the same time, you know, I mean, it's not like criticism or all that. It's like people explain their opinions in a way like I do, because I'm straight up with it. It's not like those who have reactions like, oh, this is crap, this is that, It's a very unique thing now, because I think a lot of people are actually seeing where I get my ideas from and what I try and do, It's not like the backlash I had last time, I mean, any time I put an imagery of anything regarding Titanic, others like it, some don't. Some say they don't appreciate it, but they actually still like the attempt I put. It's not like those who come in with disgust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not like in the Thomas community, which is 10,000 times worse.
Yeah. I always see the jokes on there about can't this community last can't like you see the Simpsons who says can this town go one day without a riot? It's like that, but it's all about the community. Can this community go one day without a riot?
Indeed, yeah. You continue explaining with that, mate. What you continue that was intriguing. Keep going. What's what about Simpsons writer? What it was?
It was one of the Simpsons episodes. Suppose what happens? Mark Hamill guest cameos in it, and then the whole because he cuts short his appearance, the whole town goes into a massive riot. Of course, the mayor says, "Can't this town go one day without a riot?" As a Simpson, the town always riots. Always breaks down into a massive riot.
Wasn't that the? Hang on, let me rephrase. I think I remember what episode it was. Was it the one where
Homer become guard?
Oh yeah, one of my favorite. I think I remember what it was now. Yeah, it was in I had a VHS video special called Bart Wars, which was based on Star Wars, and that was the first episode with. That was when Star Wars was getting really really popular at the time, and of course Mike. And Homer. Yeah,
93, wasn't it? Roughly.
Yeah, that was basically one of my all-time favorites, and it still is. Especially when Homer Simpson gets his chance to shine and shows that he can be really good. I'll admit to that. It was brilliant. Yeah, especially how it all plays together. Yeah, anything like that. But like I said, yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of communities have this issue where there's drama constantly.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you bring it up. It's not. I don't usually talk about them now. I mean, if you go back like 10 years ago, or maybe even 15 or 12, regardless of whatever it is, this was never the case. You would have little bits of this and this and that, but it wouldn't be continuous. Whereas in the last, I'd say in the last. I would say in the last about 4, maybe close to 5 years, this has been the case. And it's
because
really
the rise of YouTube, isn't it? Because it doesn't help the rise of YouTube as well, isn't it? Because YouTube's got maybe more interested in the fandom through trains videos, doesn't it? So that hasn't really helped the issue.
No, people make drama issues about it, and yet some of them do some cruel things, and yet they keep them on. Whereas in this case, there are those who keep theirs on, and other bits and bobs are fine, regarding who your target audience is. And I do believe that the community here on YouTube is kind of a mixed match. Like there are those who are great people on there, and there are those who are not. And here I think it needs to be changed again. If this is the place they want to be in, that's fine, as long as they have a tight security system and don't make any BS stuff. And because if you remember one of my old-time hated rivals I had who nearly ruined my career. Well, not career, that nearly ruined my reputation here when I did my Timothy film, if you remember that. That bloke named Maiden Bentley, if you remember that. If you remember that douchebag, oh my goodness. I mean, I know I've moved on
The
from
only
him,
one
but
I remember, the
yeah,
only
what
one
I
I
did,
remember from back then is Jerome, what his name is.
yeah, the German or Soda, whatever the heck his name was. Yeah, he. I don't know if I'll ever come
Yeah,
back to him, but let's just say I still love what he does. He's in my mind, he's still the drum I knew and loved because of what he does. He's a bit mature now, but at the same time, I do miss him a bit. I do tend to smile because he got me back into the community and training all those years ago. If it weren't for him, that's why I always tip my cap off to him for what he does. I don't hate him for anything, but he made some good points. I used to be a cool and awesome man, and I had changed. I had to get back to that point. I think he was just trying to help me on Twitter or whatever it was. But I do feel feel like he was perhaps trying to show some signs of helping. And if that was the case, then kudos to him because I think he helped me see the light, I guess. But either ways, like I said, I mean, but back then when Bentley was really pissing me off, he did something really bad, that nearly made me leave the community for good. It's like that, and he was an underage user. He was going against the rules of the internet. If you're 12 or
yeah.
you're underage and get the time, you shouldn't be allowed. And I actually at one point saw he falsely identified his date of birth. He said something about like what 1979 or whatever it was, because I saw what he was doing. On Hangouts here and there, but he did get caught in the act, and he's been banned since. But every time I go out, even today, even now, even it's been like what since before 2016 and 17 onwards, I always keep my eye out for anything because I've seen a couple of people who look like him, and it causes me to have acid refluxes and panic attacks. I ain't joking. I mean, I know he may have changed his ways, perhaps, but he did something very unforgivable. I mean, that was the reason why I went down that little downward spiraling that made everybody see the dark side of me come out. If Punjab Mountain was correct, I should have listened to him before I ended up losing him. Maybe I should have ignored him, but regardless at the time, say if all this had happened then in today's time, probably would have gone about it a lot better because I've matured a lot. I just wish I could have had that, way back then. Mindset, the way I was, very different. I didn't reach that independent stage yet.
There's someone's come in the call, by the way. Some Star Wars fan.
I see autism. Oh, let me have a look at him.
Yeah, it says autism fan, then in brackets it's Star Wars fan.
Oh boy. Oh, Bradley's in there. I didn't see him there, man. Sorry, bro. Hey, Bradley. Sorry, I didn't see you there for a moment.
It's all good. It's so. So now I was listening.
I'm gonna get going now anyway.
Okay,
Cheers, see ya.
Take care, bro. You were saying something, Bradley?
So yeah, I was listening a little bit on what y'all were talking about the whole fanfic stuff. It got me thinking. Yeah, I know. Like a lot of people, they weren't getting on your nerves back when you were doing your whole Timothy story, and yet when I did my version of it, I was the only person that asked if you were fine with me doing it.
It's fine. Other people have asked me about using Timothy. I mean, many of them have used them not just to inspire from me, but some use it because they like the character, even if it wasn't for me. And I still see it to this day still, where the effects I use for his whistle are still being used. So I know people have took inspiration. Even if they don't ask, it still means something. But like I said, I've changed my ways. If they want to use Timothy's dark persona, that's fine. But I didn't create him whatsoever. I still get the confusion and ask this or that. Some are still intrigued about it, but like I said, I never intended him to be that popular, but I'm just glad that mine's been a bit more acceptable. I guess mine is more acceptable because of the character build-up I gave him back then, I guess. I don't know what made me do it. I just felt like I needed to do something about his character because his creepypasta form that, look, like I said this before, was so rushed. There was no background on who he was. We didn't know what he was built. Why was he silver? Why did he have number 0 on his tanks? Why did he look like Thomas? So I had a funny feeling they were either taking a parody thing or whatever it was. But like I said, I had my way of thinking why maybe, and since then it's been more acceptable to the fandom since. regardless, and we've had different canon we've had different canon appearances of him. Others have done their own twists, but that's good. That's fine. It's made me reboot his character to how I want him to be now, as a light-hearted, good person, but still almost had that accent still. He just didn't become a demon. Like I said, I've just kind of wanted to change him to more of a good person, to someone that can be liked and loved, and not someone to be feared or whatever, regardless of who they want to be as.
Exactly. Ew. Yep. I do apologize. I'm still stiff as a board after the last time we spoke. Last time you saw me, I was at the squad building, and yeah, I didn't get all. I was on the back end of a 36, so I'm just a little bit stiff right now. Oh.
Yeah, but anyways, when it comes to fanficking, like I said, I mean, others have done their own. I mean, I've seen some horrible ones and some good ones and some not so good. But like I've always said, I'm not one to judge. I don't say like, oh, this was terrible, this was a horrible fanfic. Or it's like, I'm just like, oh, okay, and then I just kind of just back out there and just find something else to read that's more comfortable for my liking. Even if it means,
I've had a lot of people ask me on DeviantArt, when am I going to finish that? I don't even think it's going to be finished because there's nothing else I can even think of.
You kind of jolted a bit there, Bradley. I could just about make out what you said.
Hey, can you hear me now? All right, good. What I was saying is, I don't even know how long it's been since I've done anything on that fan. And a lot of people ask me, am I going to continue it? Am I going to finish it? I'm like, there's nothing else I can do.
Well,
as far as I'm concerned, it's finished.
Well, some people are kind of anticipating, or they like the idea. I mean, some of them haven't heard it before. You're going to get that. Some people still like that. Some have heard me, and I get that too. And I have to explain. Explain. You know. That's the whole case. Like I said, I mean, at the moment, like I said, this whole thing streaming about this is that I finally let go of all the problems I've done. Like I said, Bradley, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but all the guys who want me to stop mentioning them, yet they still mention me, regardless on Twitter or elsewhere or behind my back, or even on Discord, regardless. Goes to show who's breaking who. But I only mention because some people ask me or want to know because they have conversation, and I tend to avoid it because I either think it's either going to lead to a reaction, or it could be like something to lure me in to try and break me down to something worse. That's why I tend to avoid, or if I want to, I can always lay my foot down if I have to, depending on the scenario. I mean, just because I'm mentioning does not mean I'm not stalking anybody, and I'm not a stalker.
Absolutely, I believe it, man.
I know, I've told a lot of people about this, you know, and I mean, I still get frustrated about it, but I'm going about it a lot more better. I mean, a lot of guys can talk a lot of smack, not like The Rock, and not like The Rock who could lay the smack down on your candy ass or whatever. No, I wasn't referring to that kind of smack, all right. I was talking about verbal.
Yeah.
I'll verbally lay the smack down on somebody, but like I said, it's just that. But I'm not gonna have, you know, I'm not gonna have tolerance talk. I mean, if some of them came on here now to stir some shit up with me, say like if, you know what, fuck what I'm gonna say next. You know, if say like if Vickerstown Productions or your boy Maze or say if Galaxy Afro, you know, fuck what I said there, I don't care. I'm just gonna say it, right? You know, if those guys came up along with Anthony Berkshire, fuck that, I don't care what I'm gonna say next. And some of the other guys who had once been with me, only to come up here and try and disguise their names and who they are, and then just go all trollop on me, you know. I just sit there and just like keep my mouth shut and just kind of just give them the nod, thing, like, you know, just listen to their own voices, you know, like, you know, are you listening to what you're saying, or are you acting like, because this, like I said, now the current Kanefan 701 that you're seeing, He's not taking any more rubbish anymore. The heavy burden that I had carried was dead. I've showed this before. I've showed this many times before, even on Discord and elsewhere, and yet they don't see it because they don't realize it's there. It's like staring it right in the face.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and I've dealt with stuff like that plenty of times. I was bullied a lot when I was growing up because I would stutter sometimes. I would stutter a whole lot when I was growing up. I still do sometimes, but not as much. But I would always get picked on and bullied because of it. And as I grew up, I'm like, you know what? These people, they just want somebody to pick on. Let them go and say what they want to say. I ain't gonna worry about it.
Because they just want to get attention. They want this and that, or they have nothing to do. Or the fact is, this might sound a bit cold. They might be intimidated and scared of feeling that they won't find success and want somebody else's to claim for their own. Or some people just don't know how to pick on their own size, or verbally, or they think they can. I've had it before with me too, I can relate. But with me, I always went to pick on not to pick and bully boy, but I always like to try and test myself to see if I could stand up to people in a good way, not the bad stand-up way, if you get my drift. Oh dear. I had no idea you were driving. But either ways, Bradley, like I said, I always went against all the bigger guys, who would look down upon me and beat me up badly.
For now, I gotta get to work. Later on, dude.
All right, Bradley. Okay, Bradley, take good care. We'll see you in no time. Take care, Bradley. I'll let you go. That was intriguing. Hey, Chris, Christopher, I can see you have, an idea based on what you saw in the stories. Well, the filming adapted version may be over with, in a cliffhanger. But maybe the fanficking on DeviantArt I have done might still continue, so I could continue the story of Timothy from there, perhaps, and then put a finishing saga there, regardless. Who knows? I've just got to figure out the right ideas to do it. That's all I've got to do. It just depends on what I'm going to do with it. I know you're there, Casey Jr. Can't always put everybody in. Yes, Autism Farm fan, I know you're a big Star Wars fan. I'm just saying, it all depends on what I'm going to do. Okay? Yeah, sun's brightened up nicely out there now. About time. Contradicted your name there, eh? Yes. See what's cooking. Okie dokie then. Sound a break right then. What's that? Sorry, I didn't know exactly what days. Sorry, I didn't see it. I did close it earlier on. Yeah. What's his name was there, that's all. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing. Sorry about that, lads. I was just doing a few bits and bobs there to clear a few things up. I'm back now. Hey, Billy Judd. Nice to see you. That's fine. I'll find you. Okay. Just had a little thing to do there. Yes, brother, I see you. If you want the link in, you can join in. Billy Judd, don't worry. If you want to have a good conversation, come in. Don't worry, buddy. Might do something a little unique. Yeah, actually, I might do something cool here. I might go on my trains for a while since I haven't done that in a long while. Let's see what we got. My voice seems what I look like, Billy Dud. It's fine. Dud, come on. Don't be too shy if you have to. I told you. I was talking to Judd. Come on. Well, Billy, it wasn't me screaming. No, as Timothy. Let's just say that. It's alright, I know you're not shy. You must be having a problem trying to get in there, I guess. Unless your connection problem's a bit over the top, I guess. Who knows? Casey, Janet, I know you want to come in, like I said. But like I said, it depends who I'm going to have in. You can stay in the background the same, but as long as you're watching what's going on, it's fine. Quit asking. That to me is... Oof. Oh, my train thing is updating itself. This might take a while. A long while. Oof. Hate it when that happens. What? Mm-mm. Well, that's updating. I might as well put something else on to check out. Hmm. Alright then, say Casey Jr. You can go if you need to. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, Billy Dutt's here, finally. Let's see what we got. I see you, man. I see, I'm putting you in. And hey there, Billy Judd. Nice to see you. Nice face reveal, and well, it's nice to have you on the stream at long last.
Yeah, I see you too.
Well, it's the real me. Regardless of my voice, it's recognizable. The man behind the Timothy mask and the eagle voice, the Henry voice from Die to Before series I did for nearly 8 years. Regardless of everything, even the voice of Constable Chap as well. No, I haven't forgotten. Kids, I'm only putting in who I need. Yeah, like I said, if there's anything you want to say, that's fine.
You also
See what I
voiced Edwin in a deleted scene of Ghost Train: The Untold Story of Timothy.
mean? He has. Personally, what did you think about it mostly? That you mostly liked about it, you know? In any cases, I have got it on. But like I said, I've been just watching some other bits and bobs here while my Trains 12 is updating itself or upgraded. You can tune it if you need it. I'm just going to show a few bits and bobs here or whatever.
The emotional scene is when Timothy reverted to his good side.
Yeah, when I had somebody else voicing him. If I had done the whole thing, I would have rebooted it back to me voicing the role. Yeah, I'm just listening to a little bit of wrestling, that's all, since I'm a big wrestling fan. He's stuck. Yeah. Oh, I see you've got your. Oh, for a second. For a second I thought that was an actual pet rabbit you had there for a second. Nice. Oh God, Bobby, listen. I think you're not aware of this. I think you're a little bit blind not to notice. There already is a part 2. God damn. I don't think you've been keeping track, dude. You know what? I might as well do it this way. Hang on. I might as well start playing the Blake. At least it's in the search box if that's easy. I'm not gonna lie, this was one of my favourite shots I ever did. And actually, I'm gonna find another part wherever it was. I think this was just during my prime. This was. I'm still getting good comments to this day. You know, despite these were in 2016 back then, I'm still getting some good remakes of it. Where's part 2? Yeah, there it is. There it is. I think I found it. Now let's just put the share screen in just to make it a little intriguing and see what we got. And there we go. This is from Hollow the Cut Roman Branch Part 2, you know.
I think Percy should have a speaking role in the season 18 episode Duck in the Water.
He should have done. I should have done. This was actually one of the first times I actually voiced the Fat Controller. And I just basically just spoke normally, but just lowered the tone in the special effects slightly. That's all I ever did.
The Kirk Roman branch line seems to be in great condition. It will need a few things cleared away and repairing, but I think overall we'll have this ready for the spring season next year.
Yeah. Oh, found by a blue shotkeys online. Who's this? Oh, and somebody else got the same number as mine, but back to front. What a coincidence. Might put him in. Hello there, fanboy. Welcome on board. Oh. I don't see him. It looks like he's blanked his camera. A little weird. Oh, let's play. Do you have any plans for the future? Well, to be honest, as for now, I think 311 story is done. The Clinchfield Curse one was a bit of a mess up slightly. That's why I do have an idea of perhaps rebooting it, because personal circumstances surrounding the creation of this one. But this one will be a little different. The engines will be visiting Sodor, but with different versions. And then when we tell the story officially, it'll be like almost like in a flashback type of story. And then eventually, when it's over and done with, that's when we will see them there. And then eventually, who knows what will happen. And then, regardless, that's what I have planned. I've just got to figure out what engines to use, and then just play the new story from there. It will take a while because I'm still in retirement from that. But, hey, let's play. The guy over there who's in that corner box, if you want to pop in, that's more than happy to, You can, if you want to pop in, stream link's right there in the bottom corner. Pop in if you like to, buddy. Because you seem very, very intrigued. Anyways, back to what we were looking at.
I usually play Trains Railroad Simulator 2019.
I play Trains 12.
It's still
Again, I'm very, very old school.
Roman preserved it and has since kept the docks in working order. Its small fleet of fishing boats are currently in use of selling or delivering cargo from the mainland. The Flying Kipper will also have some use there, so that some small deliveries of fish can be made. As for passenger trains for the two stations, that will be no problem. I will soon find the right engines to run it on the line once it's completely repaired.
There's Jerome talking. Yeah, let's just say back in then we used all a bunch of engines I wasn't too sure of at the time. This was just like a multi-universe combination.
The plans to reopen the line were soon put into action. Emily was assigned and handling the engineering.
I'll tell you something, I loved using Karen McCloud's music in this. It was so cool.
Sometimes they would take in turns when one of them were to take the offer. They all felt proud at their new duty. With great teamwork, the repairing of the line was going at a quick pace until it came to work on the station at Wolf's Castle. It would take about a few weeks or months to complete.
Yep. I felt like I needed to give James and Emily a bit of a screen time role, despite this one was very, very short for them. I'll have to admit.
What? The edge of the station.
And that's when things got really good. Alright. Nice.
Out of his sight, he waited to see how something was sight, but he didn't.
Not really, actually. I didn't come up with 311.
Where's he gone?
Actually, to be honest, I didn't actually make 311. It was from a very, very old creepypasta and into the old classic Railway Chronicles, which was a very, very old American series in the old glory days of, back in the day when I was only, really into what the American stuff was like. And I thought, this is really good. Oh, nice. This is going to be a really intriguing, good streaming.
Then there came the sound of a low engine pumping. James almost gasped and a shadowy figure of a tank engine rolled past him.
Let's just say, in a way, even though that is Timothy, we weren't supposed to know that was actually him, even though James doesn't know that either. That's why I made him into a shadow form, which was an original idea of mine. Let alone, I took that from an anime that I watched named Shadow Yuko, whatever her name was. And I put that on Timothy to make him very mystique.
And one suddenly vanished.
In the season 8 episode, You Can Do It, Toby. Toby had Percy and James' voice.
What did we just see?
You know what's kind of funny? A lot of people thought that James said the words "Never mind, Dad," as if he was talking to someone's dad or something. That's what was quite hilarious with the Jonas Solo's voice acting in this.
Leaving the the engineering train behind, James raced along the main line, but didn't stop until they reached Ringerfeld.
Thanks, bro. That means a lot.
Work on the Kirk Roman.
Well, actually, let's play. Actually, yeah. Well, she was a creepypasta, but not like an original, because that's how I first found out who she was, as the demon version, where I used to hear two different variations of who she was. But then, it was kind of strange. Let me tell you. Caledonian, a nice old fun. Let's see who that is. Oh, it's very, very, very old dear buddy of mine, or whatever the case may be. But if he wants to pop in, that's more than happy to. Fine, I'll put him in and let's see where this goes.
Hey, boys.
It's been a long while. Too long.
I know.
One shot.
I don't like 311 with Thomas. I still like Timothy.
Branch line continued on.
Like your Timothy movie. It's still good.
After Fox, the
That's
station of Fox Castle was completed, and work moved on to the next station at Kirk Roman. Since James was now working on the other jobs, Thomas and Rosie took over in helping Emily.
Yeah, let's just say in this short film I was trying to give Rosie some more screen time. That was just one of my favourites. I don't know why.
My question is, why did you make the short film?
This is why I kept telling you. It was like an in-between sequel of Ghost Train 1 and 2. It was like, take Star Wars Rogue One, for instance. That's like a combination of both, of both episodes 3 and 4. It ties in the events that we would eventually see. And it actually, and it made perfect sense. That's what this thing was doing here. So I was kind of inspired by what I saw there. That's the I keep saying this every time.
Ah.
Hello, let's play. Welcome on board the new stream. It's an honor.
Nice to meet you too. There we go. I
Yep.
think it's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. As clean as a whistle, as one guy would say.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is basically in between Ghost Train 1 and 2 at this point.
Funnier part is I actually did want to make my own series, and I never did because I could never get the models.
Well, you can still get them if you have, so you just gotta find some
Wait,
tricks
you
to
mean
do.
we're watching horror at the Kirk Roman branch line?
Yeah. Did you not notice the title? It was right there. It was staring right at the face, except this is in my parts where I can only go up to 15 minutes or plus, because that's how much we go. Whereas this is the original cut, whereas the full version is the director's how it was supposed to be, like you would see it on a Blu-ray disc or whatever the case may be. But this is the one that everyone likes, part 3.
Yes, when Thomas meets Timothy.
Before he got rid of him. But I have to admit, I have to argue, I do argue in a way that this was actually one of the best I ever did, but the special effects and flashbacking was very tricky. But the voice dubbing I had to do in this was done easily in one shot, and I had no problem. I'll tell you that much. Voicing Timothy again after a while.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and we can only do such shots like on the
Do like
turnover.
Thomas 1, Edward 2, and Henry Freeze voices the old controller who used to rule this railway before Thomas arrived.
To be honest,
Because
I like
he
the
was
voice
the controller of Timothy.
Take the flying kicker to Timothy Henry is going to take it to the mainland.
When I watched part 3, I think it was part 1 and part 3, I actually got jump scared a few times.
Which one? Was it Ghost Train 1 or this one?
I think it was this one and the first one.
Part 1, there was no jump scare or whatever. I think it was in this one you're referring to. Yeah, don't worry, it wasn't me screaming, although I wish it were. But I can't scream loudly. So I actually did a very, very old effect.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it, and I was looking down at my phone at the time.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Oh.
By the way, where did you get that scream sound effect when Timothy looks in the camera?
That basically was from a very old YouTube user. I think it was something Johnny Welch Cole Production or whatever his name was, and he had a very old microphone and he screamed to his mic, and it was from a very old tease trailer he did of Timothy, which had Ringo Starr's voice, which made me come up with the infamous words that you hear me say. It was basically what I thought of Timothy as a super creepypasta character, but I didn't want to like make him original, so I kind of expanded his character, and he only used that scream when he's in his full, when he was in his full darker side, like, you know, which is his creepypasta look with the blood down his face or whatever the case may be. When he's at his full, you know, full horrid form that gives everyone the death look, you know.
Ah.
Yeah, I say this many times. It's like some of my friends kept on joking, saying like when I had it with my icon when I used to do wrestling podcast shows or whatever with
The
my mates.
first time I saw Ringo Starr do his dark side was when he voiced Percy in his ghost form when he was covered in lime and trying to scare Thomas and Toby.
Let's just pretend Timothy tried to consume him or whatever. But either ways, like I said, it's just the thing was funny about it that some people kept thinking, what's with the zombie Thomas? And I said it's from a creepypasta, and then they all started laughing their heads off, which was quite funny back then. That was during 2015 before I started making this movie at the time.
2014.
Let's play. You kind of muted yourself there, buddy. What's going on?
Oh, I have background sounds. That's why I muted myself.
I never heard any such thing.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, I have a cuckoo clock in the background, and it's still set on Christmas.
Oh, well, I don't think my mic will pick it up. So it's. I mean, this is from the old. I mean, these shots were done from an old team I used to hang with before I had to leave. I didn't leave on my own terms. I had personal doubts afterwards, and then, oh boy. Yeah, this is like a reboot canon. I mean, this is still partly canon still, but it's like this is just like a darker take on it.
There's the fish fans.
As basically it was supposed to take place in our timeline of today. That's why like the timeline was in, you know, as you will see.
I can definitely say, though, I can most definitely say that some of your videos have kept the community alive. I could say that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, this is something I did not expect. Wow. A lot of people say that
Here's the thing.
Dude, before you continue, let me just get this out of my system.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that my videos kind of changed the community, while others say it killed it big time, but others have actually made fans leave because of who I am as a person. But at the same time, they think my version of Thomas and Friends was uncanon and completely just like, I don't know, like one of those things, because at the time this was like during the dark days in a fun way of the Thomas community where Timothy was getting popularized and no one could do it better than I could. But I mean, I think this was when it was just all fun and just part of the whole thing at the time. It was the thing. But I'm just glad to know that some say that it kept the community alive, but I do not expect it like it actually has kept it in, or kind of kept the old school Thomas fans like me still around, or because at the time I was using this to like uncover darker secrets of what the railway was hiding and what, you know, because I was always theorizing what did Reverend W. Audrey miss out, or what we could have been, you know, digging up, because in the last couple of years since, also in the last 5 to 6 or 7 years, we've been digging up a lot of things that none of us ever knew. And it's like, you know, we've become like, I don't know, the new modern day version of the Railway series and TVS combined, despite what we're seeing today, which is completely, well, I wouldn't say an end of an era, but at least the community in trains in Thomas is still going strong. And I guess that's probably what you're saying, I guess, or unless you're talking about the Thomas community overall, you know, besides the trains universe or whatever it is. But anyways, back to you, mate. I just had to get that out of me. But whatever you just said, man, means a lot to me, but go ahead.
Like, for me, normally when I do, you know, me and my friends, you know, we'll do role plays or whatever, on Gary's mod, I actually have a really nice looking 311 that my friend made for me.
You mean in like Backman or
no, like
or
an actual game? It's another game, but someone made her for me, and it looks fan. It's on Gmod. It is, and
hang on,
it
guys.
is detailed.
Okay, guys, continue talking. I just got to check the fire. It just went off. Hang on. Keep going, though.
Yeah, my friend Soldots, that's his username. I asked him to do a little work for me because right now I'm going through a little tough times and all that. And he was like, "All right, here, hold on 1 second."
That's all right. Okay. It's funny because I have a 311 too as well, both good and the bad. But I actually wanted to keep this secrecy, but I do have a privatized version of her because of the new canon I've given her. Because in my reboot of her, she's no longer this demon character, although they still think she is. But I don't want to be a spoiler, but you gotta bear with me on this one. Apparently, in this one, she does fall like she did in the actual canon, but we are led to believe that she's a ghost. Many of us think she is, whereas in secrecy, in this brand new reboot canon, she actually survived. Only just, but unfortunately, the nasty fall only made her fall into a coma, and she's been that way since. And when she does wake up, she has no memories of anything negative, or regardless of her clinical phase or whatever phase, but her good side has maintained more than what would have become of her. But they do catch up eventually, and this new lease of life makes her forget who she used to be. Her depressed self was really gone out at that point.
That definitely is something.
It's basically her being redeeming all the wrong things that had happened with her. But like I said, there are some times where she just kind of, hasn't forgotten too much. But at the same time, this new lease of life she'll be getting, as you will see when I go into my training thing, actually to show you what I've been up to. Oh, the updating finally went in. That's nice. Didn't last too long. But anyways, before we get back into that,
I can say this though, a lot of people, there are some people in the community that actually really, really don't like me using 311.
Well, listen, for those in the community who don't like you to use that, just ignore them. It's what you want to use. It's whatever you want. If you want to use her, you can. Anybody can. Because that's the creativity in the community I think a lot of people have forgotten.
Also, K-Fan, thank you for inspiring me to make a reskin of 311 using Kano trains for Skill 1522.
I didn't quite do a reskin of it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
311 actually gave me an idea for my own character.
Really?
Yeah. She's a nice. R1A Baltimore, Maryland, or Baltimore, Maryland mountain type.
Ah, I got you. What about you said something about like in the community. You said something about that. What my videos have done at the community, was that the Thomas community or something? Go back on
it
that
was
for a
more a little bit of both. It might be my end. I might have to reset my mic.
No, because I didn't hear you say that. And I was like, oh, you said something that whatever it was. So go ahead with that. I can hear you very clearly.
Oh,
no trouble on my end.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's my sort of animation with the eyes there. I basically just took I just basically say to give shots and then just move the eyes that way and that way, and then just did like a stop frame animation.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
Nice. That's how much money I'm for, yeah.
And she nearly screamed at Hubba when she saw an unknown figure walking past her. From where he was going, he was heading towards the shack where Thomas was sleeping in.
Yeah, you are on my railway.
I have to admit, this was one of the best I ever did. But once I was starting to play, when I was playing on this, when I was actually playing the video without the music or sound effects whatnot, I just stopped laughing with Thomas Wayne of 23's voice. I don't know why it made me laugh. Back in there. Oh, Thomas Boy 11. Hey there, Thomas Cresswell. Nice to see you. You gonna say something? Might as well go back on this later on afterwards because my thing's getting a little overheated. You wanted to say something, Let's Play?
Oh, what's up?
You said something that my video saved the community, or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. I honestly enjoyed it. I did. They, still keep me in the community, but also somewhat shunned away because a lot of people don't like me. But
That's a shame.
yeah, it just tends to be that way. See if they still.
I just saw an old locomotive. It's Timothy.
You know what? That is just a load. Hang on.
Hold on.
You're not saying you're the.
Uh-oh. I must know where you got that music from.
No,
Because
it
I've
can't
been
be.
looking for that music for years.
Chosen son of a bastard.
I gotta admit this shot here. I gotta admit this shot of Shadow Timothy coming out with the thick mist effect I used was one of the best shots I used. I have to admit that. I was trying to keep him.
Kane, I'm just asking, what music did you use there when
Timothy shows himself? It's from Kieran McClyde's darker music set.
No.
Little brother.
No, like the one that was from the railway series.
You selected me, didn't you, Thomas?
I just really enjoyed doing this voice still.
I can't be stopped. I will never rest until I get what I want and complete that which came before.
Oh wait, there you go. That's why you couldn't hear me. Hang on 1 second.
But how can this be? I thought I defeated you on the fire, and I saw you fall. This is impossible.
You can't kill what's already
Dead.
I just love.
One of the best lines ever.
I don't know why. That just became one of the best lines. I just said that out. What's very funny about it, actually, some of the stuff I said in there wasn't even in the script. I just went off in character mode. I mean, the bits that you saw in the beginning and the part there, but that bit there, like, you can't kill what's already dead and blah, blah, blah. That bit wasn't even scripted. I just went off it then for a second, but it went so perfectly.
Well, I gotta agree. It's actually one of the best lines.
Yeah, I know it is. That's basically the darker, creepypasta Timothy. I'll never believe or whatever.
You warned about me. I still thought so, and no matter what you do, I continue to strike when and where you least expect.
Sometimes I realise I'm voicing against. Sometimes I'm mimicking my own words, and I actually find that to be embarrassing. But at the same time, it just sounds so funny because I usually do that with a lot of people, but not with myself, which is a bit strange. It feels like somebody else did the whole voice dub and I didn't. That's the cool thing about this whole thing. Hey, Thomas Crosswell, if you want to come in to join the party, you can.
I actually have a few questions, if you don't mind me asking. Also, I want to send you something, but I don't know if you have a Discord or not, or whatnot.
That I do.
All right,
Yeah,
give me
if you look on his
1 second then.
That I do. I'm very, very protective. Apparently.
I also have a Discord.
Very protective there, actually, mate. Okay, Train Boy 11. I don't know what you want to talk to me about, but
There we
don't
go.
call me-
Okay, now I can talk. So, I want to send you something that my friend made for me. He used the 311 model off of, trains. And you know the Casey Jr. styled face?
Yes.
Yes.
He implemented that onto 311 or Jessica or whatever her name is. And actually, it looks really, really cute and adorable.
All
I
right,
want
now.
to see this though.
Yeah, I'd be happy to send you my Discord. Don't mind this.
Damn, I love that line.
Face though.
Yeah. Never call him by his number. Jesus. I don't know what made me do it. I just love how I just said that.
I never understood it, but that always gave you a weakness.
What is it? 4229.
That face looks weird though. I don't know why though.
The prototype of a class I knew nothing about, and always gave me a hard time. You remember, don't you? You remember when we
There you go. I sent that in if you want to.
That's Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3, everyone.
played and grew up
Yeah, boy.
job to run the line? I was going to be among the richest ever until you.
Okay, where's the... Oh. Huh, what a funny name. I'll just...
Yeah, it's best not to question it because I'm also in the has-been hotel community. I'm in both communities, so it's hard to keep my original name and not my original name.
Okay. That's a bit weird, but I understand what you mean.
You took the role of being in charge of Soho, while you were sold to the London, Brighton and South Coast Railway. And after they gave you away, you came to Soho, and once again, you met. And the trouble started once more.
Did I just see the spiteful breakdown behind Timothy?
Yep, making a cameo. Yep.
Yay!
Yeah, Timothy didn't give two... Pardon my French. He didn't give two trops about him. He just ignored him. Anyways, this next bit, I don't know what made me do this, and even though I was being very serious with my voice acting, because I always am, because I don't act, I act like I'm talking to somebody, you know. But let's just say I burst out with laughter with what I was saying when I heard the effects afterwards. With my voice.
I never called you problems. You were the problem. You got people who didn't know how to look after statements the right way and made us all look like a joke. You never really knew how to verbalize until I cared about making money. Your face was sealed when you were going to strike me for no reason. I may have been old because I was used up more often, and due to the fact that I was only a lunatic in the E2 class. Your battery is on me, and the other engines pushed me over, and that's why I took my revenge and killed you. But even in death, you're still out with me. You were nothing but an excuse for human being.
Those teeth.
Your pathetic excuse for a steam engine. I should have stopped you way before then.
You should not have said that, bro.
Yep,
I
and
made
that's
him
what's
pissed.
Let me tell you this though. Out of all your characters that you used, Timothy is obviously the scariest.
Well, duh. Well,
I'm just saying this
duh.
now.
Well, duh. He was meant to be in this one. He was like scarier as heck. But if you read the fanfic version, look in the film version that you see now, he is scary. But if you were to read the fanfic, which is based off that, and especially in the first movie, Timothy's just like his creepypasta self, 10 times as scary as like someone you see out of a nightmare, and you wouldn't be able to know what he was saying. Like here, I had to turn it down a bit to where it was like scary enough for the audience. But if you read the fanfics, he's just as scarier.
Yeah.
Like, I'm forgive me for saying it. He's almost like Shed 17 scary. That's how far it is.
You know what? I've seen them. They ruined my childhood. I know exactly what you mean.
No, I'm talking about like that sort of level. But listen, here's the thing. I'll tell you right now. Shed 17 didn't ruin my childhood. I just laughed it all off because I thought
Timothy's
at the time.
even more scarier than the Red Eye Engine from Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3's channel.
Yep. because here's the thing. That film, I thought at the time, was being done, when Shed 17 was done, I thought it was trying to compete with what I was doing at the time. That's what I believed back in 2015.
Didn't they come out with like a third part of it, or is it just the 2 parts?
There's 2 parts apparently where it's just like, Shed 17, and then there's Project G1, which I thought was a bit over the top.
And there's another series that Paul Fitz did. I believe it was Thomas 3D or something, or whatever it is.
Yeah, regardless. Anyways. Distance now.
I still love watching this. It still makes me cringe.
You know what's kind of funny about this is that Timothy's less evil in this one.
I still love Timothy, even though he's my favourite character in real life.
Well, basically, I did try and make him relatable to a lot of people, regardless of his depression, his anger and rage, and whatever he suffered from. That's how I based him as, so anybody in the community can relate to.
Controller Pog.
No, he's scared to death because he's never seen it. The reason why is because he's never seen this side of Timothy before, And as you can tell, Thomas is scared as hell. That's the only time he can stand up to him, but when he's in that form, when he's like really scary, Thomas can't do anything. He legitimately can be. That's why his brother's really, really intimidating. Even our so-called number one can't bear the thought of looking at him in the demonic eyes, unless you're brave enough.
How long did it take for you to make this?
I wonder what Timothy's controller's name was.
We will never know his name, but I do have intentions on the reboot of Timothy. We will find out who he actually is.
Well, I'm just gonna name him Jonathan.
Show you the power of really useful locomotive. But you saw me nothing more than a piece of scrap iron. With that, I took your life with me, and the others who were unfortunate to go as well. You thought I had nothing to do with us.
Over 100 years.
It comes to an end.
Leave now and never come back.
I don't know why, but I kind of laugh my head off when I hear that line nowadays. But I was trying to be very serious, And then
It
you
is
see,
pretty interesting, though.
Yeah, briefly, you see the old controller's eyes go red. That means his own demonic shell was starting to come out just before he could even, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That face, though.
You see what I mean? That means his own side was coming out. Only briefly, and then since then we don't know. Die!
There's the scream. There's the scream. There's that scream.
Slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Timothy was still
That
there.
Timothy face is just terrifying.
Yep, the original original smirk.
Yeah, like he's just staring into your freaking soul.
That's how I feel on a daily basis.
Urge to speak.
I don't understand. How could this happen? All this time, you were after me, wanting me gone, but now you've come back and...
Thomas, there's not much story than you think. Everything that has been told and revealed is only part of something much bigger.
I'm not going to lie about this, but okay, put it back in again. Hang on. If you don't know my reaction, when I was doing those lines there, if you can't see my face now, like I say, behind the camera, I kind of had this like smirk on my face because I was trying not to laugh. I don't know what made me do it. I just felt like I was acting like a very old school evil character that you used to see back in the Walt Disney animated series back then.
Oh, no, those were the good days.
I know. I still I felt like I was being a good yet bad character at the same time. It's like you're a bad guy, but you don't take it very seriously. It's just like that sort of, I don't know. It's hard to describe it. It's like a villain you want to hate, but you kind of take a liking to. That's so it's like a villain that's enjoyable to watch. In a way.
When you first started out in your young life, we used to live together. And this
Oh wait, is that the
road
old TBS model?
Yeah.
Holy branch used to be my home, and I enjoyed
Or
it
the
here.
comedic like a coup from Samurai Jack.
The London, Brighton and South Coast Railway owned me, but they decided to keep me working here until I was retired near the end of 1913. But that didn't last long.
That's how scary that is.
You already know. Everyone knows about my demise, but they'll never be able to understand it. However, they try to know another thing. And that is the story of our past, Thomas. The story of you and I.
Yeah, that basically is left to us to mystery because he's basically talking in riddles. Like we're thinking, what does it's because basically Timothy knows something that none of us don't even realize. Not even Thomas himself knows. It's one of those cliffhangers that we are still wondering to this day. Still, and as you can see, he comes very, very close and he nearly kills him. He almost gets him. If you know what I'm saying, Timothy nearly gets him. It's like, don't kill me.
You and your friends are restoring this line to what it once was. I would not allow you to do that. Since the old controller or manager machine is gone, I would like this to continue. But if you get to learn it, I will give you your rights. And then the Irish soldier
Number one engine. Insert the laughter here.
Great stars.
I'll be back, Thomas. I'll be back next time.
Or as
Are you
Arnold
sure about
Schwarzenegger would
that?
say, I'll be back.
Yeah, as you can see now, that when you see me, my reaction now, I had my eyes rolled up and kind of laughing. That's what I was doing behind the microphone when I was voice dubbing, like I was really in character.
That's insane.
You should have made a Darth Vader reference, like "I'll be back."
Well, I was trying.
No,
I almost
you
did.
should make
I almost did.
Terminator reference.
I almost did, but I felt like that would get me too carried away, so I just reshot my line there at that point. Now I do it just for a laugh. Now when I look back on this.
So, who's your favourite character in this?
With me, I love all of them.
Do you want to know who my favourite character is?
Who?
Timothy.
Honestly, my favorite
life.
character has to be 311, only because for the fact I love that you used the mountain type class. That is above all my top favorite.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that is a good type.
Oh look,
Yeah,
it looks
even
like
though
somebody.
there's only like one left.
It looks like somebody else has took an inspirational, I guess, on the Clinchfield thing. Nice, not bad. That's the original
that's
prologue.
my friend.
Who?
If you go down, Jackboy317.
Oh
he's
yeah, I know Jack Boy.
I know him too. I'm really good friends with Jack.
I'm actually friends with him on Discord, so.
Nice.
Yeah, that's actually on Gary's mod, by the way. That thing I was sending you, but that's Gary's mod.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe perhaps there could be a connection here. Maybe if he gets involved, maybe we could meet him up, or perhaps you could invite him to come here if you want to tell him the next time I do a stream again.
Oh, I'd be glad to. I don't know if he, he's awake during this time, but I could.
Okay. Oh, whoa! Hold the telephone, ladies and gentlemen, because look, I found Trainboy11, and he's actually taken one of my screen caps off from Devon without my consent.
Seriously?
Even though he has credited me, he could have asked me. Okay, that's the thing I don't like about the community. I know they credit me for one thing, yes, but still, they should have asked me first before using it. Okay, that's the thing that really gets on my nerves a lot.
Yeah.
And look, even okay, that's my DeviantArt photograph that I took of 311. I started using trains when I was using my new thing. But I can understand it's to dedicate the 311 and everything else. So I kind of will accept that. But I still argue that people didn't ask.
Oh my god, yes, The Legend of Demon 311. That is a classic right there.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, you get my drift. That's the thing I don't like about
I know
this
how you
community.
feel. I really know how you feel, because at the end of the day, it's still technically your character. So
Not
I mean,
really.
people,
I mean, this take of basically 311 as a female character, yes, but not as a male, because mine was basically the first time. The whole thing of bringing her back was actually because the movie of the Clinchfield film was basically the return of 311 to the big screen because she hadn't been seen for such a very very long time. So that was basically the whole secret promotion and behind the whole thing anyway. And everybody started talking about memories of what they used to remember seeing the engine. So that was a good thing of bringing back a character that hadn't been seen for like God knows how long. I'm going to admit.
Where?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find images that I took of the 311 I had in Gary's mod.
Yeah, like I said, we've been on for a while. Like I said, I'll be able to, hang on. This shot here of the trailer, which was one of my favorites. Most of these images that you see in the trailer were basically early footages, and some that never made it into the final cut. Some of them, and some of the were very different in word style. So yeah, it was just like a tease trailer thing. It was like with the whole.
Really scared the hell out of me.
It's like when Star Wars was first showing in that trailer back in 1977 or whatever it was, when they first aired it back then, and it was like, it's coming to you guys, this and that, and it showed all the early stuff that they did. So that was kind of what my thing was before the Final Cut thing was done. So this final trailer that I did was kind of limiting what was going to happen. Some of them were just tease. It was like a combination of a final tease / official trailer combined.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I just gotta someone's calling my house. I'll be right back.
That's all right. We'll still watch this on the way. You can rewatch it on the way back afterwards.
So what is your favorite part of the Clinchfield Curse movie?
311,
Not my favorite part. I loved all of it, to be honest. But I just wish I didn't have to lose 2 years of my life to get it done.
2 years.
Yeah, that's how long it took.
I see that you got the old 1218.
That wasn't back then I didn't have trains at the time. That's why I had everybody else to film for me, and they would send me the clips over, and I would download them, and then eventually put them in my editing station. That's how it worked. So that's how the project works.
Well, I'm telling you, that is a classic 1218 right there.
Well, I think we couldn't use it in the end eventually, because eventually we managed to get a hold of using the K&L version of her, which was a lot easier, and it was a lot better too.
Even though the voice actors like Thomas One Ever to a Henry Frey, Victor Townsend, and yourself are brilliant at it.
A wild Victor Tanzik has shook up.
Oh yeah, but let's just say Victor Tanzik's appearance was like the final surprise that we didn't want to keep, So let's just say that wasn't my idea, by the way. Just to let you know, that wasn't my idea.
I still think it's brilliant.
But I like the idea of having Victor Tanzik because I was just starting to really enjoy what he's still, because I only just discovered him at that point. I don't know why. There's just something about it that I instantly liked, and I couldn't explain it. That's why I became a fan of his.
Even if Victor Tanzik has goes on those series called The Stories of Sodor. Have you ever watched that?
Yeah, I found the stories were very tragic. The way they killed off all the characters, like Colin, Lily, Station Master Jeffries, and Alfred, and many more. And even Gordon's passengers.
No, I will not let you escape.
No.
This still makes me cringe when Timothy comes out to the mist. No,
I just loved that bit. That was basically like a Shed 17 reference, but but in a fun way.
Wherever you are.
There's the boy himself.
Stop saying that this is only a mere fantasy killer. Just
So yeah, ever since when I first watched the Clinchfield Curse, there's two favorite parts I like from it. Part with
Indeed.
Timothy, Paul and Timothy shows himself in the first part. Then when Thriller crossed the bridge, that was one of my first parts. And my favorite part of all is when 311 crosses the entire bridge and there's the other side. How did you do that?
Basically, she finally gathered the courage, and then what she had at last, she finally found redemption and just did it, ending after 60 years. And there's me, by the way, voicing Jason, the replica triplex, who's now an official OC of mine now, who I enjoyed.
Two other characters you also voices Eagle and Flying Scotsman, so well done to that.
Well, Flying Scotsman basically was a special character involved, so he wasn't supposed to be in the canon, but we decided to give him a lead role because, let's just say, I was just starting to voice him at that point. So it was very refreshing.
Also,
I love the Flying Scotsman because he's my favourite character in real life engine, because I've actually been on the real engine himself and been on the footplate 3 times.
Well, guess what? You and me both. I've been on Flying Scotsman's footplate. I've rode behind the engine a few times. We've met a total of 5 times in life, and it actually has ties with my family.
It also has ties with my family as well. My granddad loved Scotsman.
My uncle only actually drove and fired up Flying Scotsman.
Sadly, I've never seen Flying Scotsman because I'm in a.
Yeah. Also, my mum, when she was younger, or my age, she used to get my granddad and go on the footplate and kindly ask the driver, but of course he failed to do it.
Be right back.
Hold on, I gotta check my.
So yeah, and also I found out the new LNRP2, but it's the same people who built Tornado, won't be finished for the next 3 years.
Depends really what might happen. We don't know, but who knows what's going to happen. Depends really. Anything could happen now because of what's happening now. Hang on.
Well,
we'll just see what happens.
Well, just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait, yeah. In any cases, back to the video again.
Also, I do give you my respect.
No.
I do give you my support and my support for the loss of your uncle. So rest in peace to him.
Indeed, Jaden. Hey, look, Jaden. Look, look, Jaden. I'm not missing no opportunity or wasting the time. What are you referring to? Donald last year's making. Oh, Dread. Oh, I see. Oh boy. I don't know what he's referring to. Anyways, back to what I said.
So, it's sad to show up 311?
Here we go.
Why have you been called the demon?
Enterprise Engine I thought was brilliant in this. And then we hear the infamous Long Black Train.
So who was actually the voice of 311 or Jessica in the movie?
There was 2 of them. There was Liz, and then there was Madison, who did the demon voice.
Or tell them I love the acting. It's so superb.
They both were. They were the first ever. Those 2 are forever remembered to be the voices of 311 ever as a female character, because we've never heard the voice of 311 that way. So I kind of brought her back as a female character and not as a male because I felt like it was overused. I felt like the feminine side needed to come into play, and in my head, it still is, and it kind of worked. It looks feminine too. Yep, there's a Long Black Train playing, partly in a music video, and for some reason the song just fitted the character so well. Even when they play it, everybody keeps thinking of this version of 311, not her normal self. That was her manager, but we didn't know that at the time. But as you can see clearly here, was in the example happens if you see 311, she comes past, you don't survive. So as an example.
Even though she passed the manager's red car as well.
Yeah, but we didn't know that at the time. That was just an example of what she could do, So that was a little hint there we didn't notice at the time. I just love this song. Really
Even I got confused. Was it right that the manager actually killed the CSW president for 311?
Well, he was a bad guy. He took matters in his own hands, and he did wrong, but it was the only way he could escape, and so that Jessica wouldn't have to do the deed for him, because even that wouldn't have stopped.
You won't listen, Edward. Don't even try and help us.
It's worth it for me to have another try.
No! What are you thinking?
Here comes your voice again in Timothy.
Yes.
Timothy?
The Demon 311 is a bloodthirsty killer.
The good thing about the Clinchfield curse is that we get the song Long Black Train.
Also, sometimes when I talk to myself, I sometimes talk about with Jason or you, tell the story of how Jason's driving far and so what happened to the old scrapping guys.
I gotta admit though, guys, out of all the trials I've done, I always consider this one to be my all-time best ever. I kid you not, to this day, I still think this was the greatest trailer I ever put together. And I only did this within a matter of 2 weeks. It was just putting the effects I had to do. And unfortunately, it didn't come out 2017 at all. It came out 2018, but we just managed to beat the deadline.
I still hope as the Clinchfield Curse as my number 1 mini movie which you made, so thank you very much for that.
Actually, it wasn't a mini movie, it was basically like a James Cameron movie.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I know what you're referring to.
Even
Were you referring to James Cameron?
Yeah, because it was like a 3-hour movie if you watch it in its full entirety. It was like a Titanic movie.
That came out the same year when I was born.
That's basically something we'll never do again because, yeah. Yeah, just to let you know. What else was there? Okay, and then we finally got to know the origin of 311, who she was after in part 14 afterwards.
The president of
CSW died. There we go. This one we found the truth eventually. I'm not going to lie, but when I was doing the effects and putting Victor Tanzik in, doing all the scenes, it just felt so entertaining. And there were times where I just kind of laughed because I don't know why, it just did. I can't explain why. There are just some things that do tend to do that to me. Victor Tanzik's voice alone was just that. Without the effects, without the music, nothing. It just felt weird, yet funny. I can't explain what.
Ever since the Clinchfield Curse film came out, ever since you released it back in 2018, I thought to myself, is the writer going to think about doing a 4th movie? If Timothy is going to be defeated or not?
I returned to the main headquarters of the Kanefan.
Oh, there we go. I'm back.
There you go.
Finally
I got you in. Yep, I got you. Hey there, Union Pacific. You can unmute yourself now. There's no problem.
Where one fellow worker told me, when no one was looking, about the information and files of you being destroyed. I was very upset, and my pain over your loss got worse. I had intentions on making a memorial to you and your crew after the new bridge was built, but my mind was thinking of something else. Revenge. I couldn't get over it, and I resigned as manager of the CSW within 2 months.
I used to talk about their hair sometimes as well.
And by then, witnesses were reporting of seeing your ghost up in the mountain. To me, it was like you were calling out, wanting to have closure and be laid to rest. Even after my resigning 3 years previously, the president was still running the CSW, but being rejected by his workers due to the fact he was now.
Yeah, as you can see, that's technically captain. It says lower captain, but this is in fact the actual headquarters of where they all were on the other side of the Black Wolf Mountain, whereas in mine it's very different.
Really?
Yeah, this is the original.
Got the best of him, and many workers by then had left the company, quitting, for they didn't want to work for an insane boss.
This is just ridiculous. He doesn't seem to give a damn about what he does, or no matter what.
Thomas 1 every 2 Henry Freed's voice. I can instantly recognize
there were
it.
2 authors in the stories of Sodor. The 2.
Running
I
this
wonder how the original author died.
Enough as it is, Super facing hard times on this railroad. The fact of the matter is that he's more in favor of diesels than steam engines.
So, Glenn, would you like if I actually try to make a video where I try to make loopholes in railroad logic just to make this clip 311 actually make sense?
Hey there.
I changed my picture out, by the way.
I noticed. It's a cute version of 311. You know what? That was pretty damn good.
Did you happen to send me a friend request on Discord?
Well, duh. I found you.
Oh, no. I was just confused because I just got a friend request from somebody else, and I'm so confused and I don't know who they are.
Yeah, well, if you see the one that has the Flying Scotsman name on it, that's me.
Oh, all right then. I'll just send that to you then.
That was me, mate. Who just sent you recently? Yeah, that's me.
All right.
Hey,
yeah, my paycheck.
And guess what else? You'll be surprised, mate, because
look at this.
You're going to be really nice because there's a couple of good servers.
The author of the Tazix series is the original one.
Really?
And the second author is the 1943 one.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting the right amount of money either. He needs to retire.
Honestly, I love that character's voice. I kind of cracked up a little bit with that voice.
That's what Thomas 123 does. He tries to sound like grown-up people, a little like owly at times, but when I showed him the imageries of who's voicing of these 3 guys, and he just nailed them, bang on, and it was so perfect. That's why I love voice working with this guy, you know. And I hate to say it, but he's the most respectfulest guy in the fandom I've ever come. He says I've ever come across with, and
here's what Edward said about the original.
At least you can come across some respectful people that'll actually get along with you.
Yeah, but he's the most respectful one because he told me when I did the first movie, he said that with me I went on non-stop.
Without question,
but with him,
the most boastful engine I have ever known. He was forever.
I love Thomas 1 every 2 Henry 3. His channel is the Engines of Soda series.
Yep, guys, listen. What I'm trying to say was, sorry, actually, that I was getting interrupted. What I'm going to say, right, is that he has said to me, you know, with me, I made my first movie like non-stop and never gave in, and you know, because with him, he would like stop halfway, and he would totally forget. That's why he loved my stuff so much, because I went in with that determination, just never stopped and didn't cancel anything. That's why he's respected me for so long to this very, very day.
Southwestern Railroad brother. Hey, break your nose in and get back to work. This is my company, and you will follow every order that I say. Got that?
The only way for this to end was to have him removed from office.
Has he still the voice of the CSW president?
CSW running. But to me, that wouldn't do me justice to put closure on your death.
I was going to have somebody else voice him, but I just felt that Thomas 123 needed more voice dubbing because everyone loved it.
I have considered trying to be a voice actor, but that part is about me. I probably forget my lines.
I made my move.
Okay, that scene we did there, we shot this over 16 times, and that car kept on flipping all over the place. No joke, and we finally got it to work properly.
It was a moonlit night.
Really?
Yeah. And we did, and that shot there to make it stop outside of the office, we did only 2 takes. This one was the second one, which was a lot better.
No one else was around at the time. The president was still in his office.
Yeah, first time it was stopped a little too soon.
Up paperwork when I burst in, armed with my gun.
He's going to shoot him.
Who are you? What do you want?
Revenge for Clinchfield 311!
I know. I don't know what made me do that, but I started laughing at that point because I put the effects from a PlayStation 1 game from Spider-Man, and that's what you guys just heard. It worked.
I love that. That makes me laugh.
That's the first time I ever did that, with a gunshot scene, because everybody else does it, and I thought to myself, oh God, please don't make me feel like I'm not, Jesus. But it worked.
Well done.
All over the desk and walls after I shot him several times. I then went to see if any files of you were still there, and to my surprise, some had survived. After putting the body of the dead president in the boot of my car, I took the files back to my home to preserve them.
Where they're still there to this day.
On the night
Really?
Yeah. But we know the truth afterwards. But this bit we had to change because he was supposed to drive his car off into the valley to Waken 311, but it was too dark, so instead we decided to set his car on fire, which I thought was a lot better.
Also,
basically, it was his way of escaping.
In the part of the movie, basically when the manager said in 1960, the day before your 4th anniversary approach, well, 1960 and 1957, that's 3 years.
I know.
To 1961.
I know, there was a bit of an error there. I was doing my calculations at the time, so I wasn't so sure.
You know what? We all can't be perfect, if you think about it.
I
We
know.
all can't be perfect.
It's because I was so stressed out with what I was doing, I kind of made a few errors there because there was a lot of problems at this point, The cracks in forming in this were really, really bad. So I did have to, I was on a race to get the movie done. That's why there were some mishaps in terms of what I was saying.
Body of the dead president over to where your accident was and got out.
In a blaze.
With his body inside. I didn't care at that moment whether it was right or wrong. I just wanted it to end. But after an hour passed, I could hear your bell ringing and your whistle.
Most of the effects I used were real. The sound effects, most of them were real.
Sounded out. I then
also, one sound effect that's so cute is the whistles for both 311 and Timothy. Where'd you get that from?
No, they were fake. The Timothy's was made up from mine, but the bell you're hearing is real from 311. And the music, the music in this you can also hear. Most of the stuff I was using came from one of my favorite animes, which was brilliant.
Really?
Yeah, and all I did was to make it more heart-touching. I just dropped the tone, and it worked.
Just stared at you until
Here comes Jessica, right?
My arms out and said it was over for us both before you consumed me, taking my life and adding me to your list of victims.
So to make this even more tragic, all he did was he committed murder on the president, and his way to escape was to be killed by 311. So in a way, he kind of, committed his own suicidal life, but at the same time fell victim, and that's what makes it even more tragic for 311. But at the same time, it's the only way to deal with it. So that's what makes the story even more of a tragedy, and why a lot of people, would think, as I did say in the beginning of, when I was going to do this movie, this was going to be the most darkest, the most, hardest, and the most, saddest tragic story that I ever did, and I was right on cue on that, to be honest. Even though I hate to admit this, but even during the making, there were some scenes in the making that I actually shed a tear or two. Even I got affected, and I'm not usually like that, but even I couldn't help.
You can feel for these characters in these stories.
That's what I mean. It's supposed to feel, but even though it's a made-up story, it's supposed to make it like it really did happen. Like because I have a good way at tugging at people's emotions, and that's because of all the issues I've had to deal with. So I've dealt my way, this or that, and this is just the way I am. You could almost say I'm like the Tim Burton of the Tom's community.
I do actually have a good question, though.
What would that be?
What was 311's whistle? I'm so curious.
Well, the first whistle is from a natural sound effect from the old modeling from 1522's old model of, from the Trench community. And then eventually the other one was actually from a UP chime whistle that's still used, even if it's not a demonic form. And nowadays, they're the whistles that you just know. But there were other ones you heard, like in the tease trailer, that were earlier examples of what we were going to use of her, but not official. It was just to give a tease of what we had in mind.
Wait, are you talking about a Hancock Longbell 3-chime whistle?
Yeah, that was the idea we were going to give her, but we felt that would have been a little bit oof. So we kind of, it would have been a bit too much. Although in the fanfic variation of this, that was the case. So we had to do a few changes in the film because film adaptations don't always follow from the fanfic or novelizations, as we know.
All right. Yeah, I was just so curious because the 311 I have right now in Gary's mod, I couldn't figure out what whistle to give her. I was like, is it an L&M 3-chime or is it a...
Yeah, you can give her any whistle that you prefer, that you see fit, and that's what I've done. And that's basically it. Even though you can't see the faces on these engines, like you see in San Juan or Cash City or the Amazingville, you can feel what they're going through. You can always picture their facial reactions, if you will. And that's what I could see. I mean, you can even see it in the headlamps, in a way. Yeah. True, Liz was actually broken when she did these lines.
He was alive still. I would have taken him. He was a pathetic excuse for a man who left me and not to be recovered, and now in the afterlife, he's a pathetic excuse for a ghost.
I almost shed a tear when I first watched this. So.
There was the devil.
Not lying. Even I did when I did the whole editing when it was over, I just broke. I'm not lying. I don't usually do that, to be honest. It's usually the same way when I think of Titanic in a way, and this kind of was like that. I'm not lying. Even people down in the comment boxes below from part 13 to part 12, they all keep shedding tears about me in the comment box. I'm not lying. Even now, I'm still getting them.
It was my way of end my pain as well as yours.
Also, another question is when the workmen saw the ghost of 311, what did they actually say to the boss who was in charge at the time? Did he actually believe them?
Well, it depends really, I guess. We'll never know. But I'd actually got a hunch that maybe some of them did believe, and who knows what their boss would have thought. Maybe he did believe him, or played along, or who knows. That's one of those things I like to keep about this whole thing. There's some mystique and theories, and sometimes I'll leave you guys to think for yourself. That's the thing about what I do anyway. Hey Jerry.
Are there someone from the MS saw Jessica's spirit every time when it's Halloween?
Yeah, but they don't know if it's the normal or demonic ghost.
I'd probably say it's the normal one.
That's because you can hear them, but you don't see 311 anymore at times. Like you can hear her, but you don't see it. That's the thing. It's one of those things. As you can see clearly here, Soda was like a mixed match of all different types. That was the thing at the time, okay? Like expanded parts of Soda that weren't even in existence. That's the reason why these things look a little bit weird. But that was the style we were going for at the time. And most of the stuff I use in the sound effects were real, including for these engines. And I gave Jason, apparently the replica. Apparently, I gave him 765s with high pitched whistle because they had a very similar whistle tone, and
really?
it kind of worked, as you can hear.
What suits him well?
This year of October, the month of November was welcome. It was day 7 of the night. The weather was clear and cold with the early signs of winter approaching.
And my other question is, who was the storyteller or the narrator in this one?
basically say it. It was the same one who voiced Louise, the 600 class of the J class. It was Shine Ortez. She was co-directing with me on this one. But unfortunately, I hate to admit, but that's where I've been kind of strayed, and we've never been since. It's that's what I mean. This film also tore a lot of friendships, and I had to unfortunately bear the burden of it, even though some of them wouldn't expect their actions to be accepted either. And it was always me who got to put the blame, because at this point when I finished the movie, my life was a cluster F because what was going on in my personal life at that point. I'm not trying to excuse anything. That's the case.
Also,
in a way, this movie brought out a lot of demons in me, sadly.
I did like that you used the realistic model, the RWS style. That kind of fits in with the other, realistic looking, American engines.
Yeah, of course. The thing was, because it's supposed to be this film was supposed to be in our time, like today. So in my version, I used a lot of Railway series stuff compared to TVS, which is why a lot of people kept questioning me. Everybody else does it, but so
I questioned it at first, and then I just got used to it.
Because in my take, it's the same thing. They're all going to be using their Railway series style, but some of them. What, Mom? What's that?
Unexpected. I don't blame him.
I have to admit, though, I really do like his videos.
So do I. I love his videos. Absolutely spot on.
Oh yeah, they're fantastic. Bloody fantastic.
Yeah. So out of the three movies from The Untold Story of Timothy, Horror of the Kirkwood Branch, and The Clinchfield Curse, which is your favourite?
Well, The Clinchfield Curse is honestly probably my top favourite.
So is mine as well.
I honestly really... Go ahead.
When I first saw The Untold Story of Timothy, I thought that was the first favourite. But now, when I saw The Clinchfield Curse, it's now took the #1 spot. So Timothy comes second, and The Kirkwood Branch comes third. But
it tends to be like that.
I'm almost done now.
Well, yeah.
Okay, what I had to do here, I had to kind of speed up the process because it was kind of lagging. That's why some of these shots, they're going quite quick,
Yeah.
Because it worked, just to make it hilarious.
I have a question about 311, and this is a little weird. I know it was explained in one of the films, but I'm just a little curious. When she went into the river, right?
Yeah, when she fell in the middle of the river.
There's just a whole bunch of different theories of what happened to her. Now, if I remember correctly, she was in the bottom of the lake at the time, right? She was still there, or did she?
Yeah, very deep underwater. Yeah, very deep. Yeah, in the middle of the river. Yeah, she was.
Oh, well, some people changed the story, and they're like, "Oh, she vanished," and it's like, how do you get this heavy locomotive and just make it disappear? I didn't think the water could carry it away.
No, not really. No, because some of them had their own opinions about it. It could be the strong current. Who knows? Everyone can make their own opinions about it, though. But
yeah, I was just really curious about that.
Well, in my new headcanon, as you saw, she does fall in the same position. But this time, the manager, wants to go on. But in this case, he decides to secretly go against the president, and they do salvage her afterwards. But then they lie to him that they're going to scrap her anyway. But instead, they've taken her to this secret place where she's been ever since until her return in the later years.
So is 311 remains still at the bottom of the lake?
Not anymore. No, because in this new headcanon thing, she's not there. Some people think she is or not, but they don't know that because she never came back to work on Black Wolf Mountain ever again. Because let's just say, that part of that route eventually closed down afterwards. Because the logging company up there, apparently, especially in other parts of the mountain routes, they went out of business. Yeah, so the original route was never used again, and it's been closed down since because a new part. Because CSW were losing out big time and they almost went out of existence, so they've relocated to newer parts in somewhere in the southwest and claimed newer territory to reopen up their new parts, which is what I'm working on. They've even got, heck, I've even gone as far as saying they've got themselves a new branch line as well, which I am working on, which is going to be the new canon.
Really?
Yeah, you could thank Amtrak guy 365, whatever his name was, for this because of what he was doing. I've been making many ideas about this. Yeah. But some of this is canon. Here we go. This is when we discovered, that's when, when the Fat Controller pops in. I thought it was quite nice to have him have a role when he finds out.
In the days before Halloween,
yeah, this was really good.
He came to my office and we had a long conversation. He told me that he saw an engine that his great-grandfather once drove back in the States, and it turned out that it was 311, the ghost engine that we've been seeing. Stan then gave me a folder that contained the surviving files of the locomotive.
Apparently the engine's said, what was in them? And then Louis is like, we may never know until we now know in here, because he actually has been seeing them. The guy that you saw in the beginning, who was that signalman, that was 311's driver's, great grandson. He had, yeah. Not to mention he had all access to the files that that the manager had, and he was the one who had been kept in Ireland ever since his death. Because he was one of the driver of 311 was a good friend of the manager. That's why the files were handed to him at the end.
And since you asked what was in them, I can tell you.
We're meant to think that they were destroyed, but in fact, 311 thought they were destroyed, and the manager thought that some of them did make it out. But here we learn the truth is that every single file of 311 and everything from beginning to end on out, they're all there. They weren't destroyed. It was all the president wanted them done to make it look like that she had never been built in the first place. That's how bad he was, that's how much of an evil person he was. To try and clear up something that wasn't there.
You honestly feel bad for 311. At the end of the video, you do. It honestly.
Yeah, but in the end, she did get redemption, and she got somewhat revenge, I guess. But she finally got what she needed, and since then, we don't know what's become of her ghost since. Which is in this timeline, we'll never know because we're led to think is she going to return or whatever. So I kept that mystique in the end. It's one of those things, and that's why you guys in the audience are left to decide what do you guys think.
Well, what I like to think is that, from what you've been telling me or telling us, is that if they do, raise her out of the water and all that, I don't know if.
But listen, in this but that was the old canon. In this new canon, that is the case. This was just an alternative canon where she has been gone since. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, did you say she was in a coma of sorts, or?
Yeah, because that's how bad it was. I mean, beforehand it then, yeah.
All right. I was gonna say I thought so then she could come back to life. All right, that makes sense now. Wow, I had a total brain dead moment there.
She's been completely rebuilt. She was rebuilt to her old standards and everything else, and she's no longer in her original formation of who she is anymore. When she does, she's like Henry. She looks the same, but she's like a completely different engine. She doesn't even have I'll tell you one thing. She doesn't even have that infamous noise booster that 1522 has. Which gives her a loud stack torque or whatever. The loudest operating engine of its time. She doesn't have that. She doesn't have that infamous booster that that you can hear from over 10 miles away or whatever. So she had some modifications done to her. So she's she's not quite. Yeah, she's no longer quite the original that Frisco 1522, or should we say Frank from San Juan would recognize her as. But she's still. But she's still. Yeah, but she's still. She's back to who she used to be before her depressive times, but eventually does catch up. But she does significantly well, although she does tend to worry if her jinx will come back. But I can safely tell you that she's no longer jinxed anymore because of what they've done to her at that point. You know, they finally solved the unknown with the unknown tools to beat it. If you know what I'm saying.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
Everyone believes the engine was built in late 1949, but the file shows that it wasn't.
And this is actually still canon in what we see now in this new redub, as we all know, because I noticed in the timeline of what they were doing. Because I've done some research on the Frisco fleet.
311 was actually built in 1926 by Baldwin as Frisco 1513.
So was 311 rebuilt to her old design like that?
That's basically what 311 looks like originally. This is the origin of who she is.
To handle heavy passenger and freight services along the Frisco Railway's eastern and western divisions. It was in August 1949 that she was sold off to work on the Canton Southwestern Railroad and renumbered to the one she has now.
Or like that.
Where the problems with the jinx started. She was then sold to serve on the Clinchfield Railroad 5 months later to replace 280. During her time there, the CRR had a shared contract with the Highland Valley Railroad, and sometimes 311 worked there too. And despite the jinx that was cursing her, she worked for 8 years until being taken off the Clinch roster in late 1956. And that was when the manager stepped in and saved 311 and brought her back to work on the CSW.
And that's going over the exact same bridge that would have claimed her eventually years later on.
You know what's funny though? I was just looking at my Google Doc and I was like, Frisco 1513. That number sounds familiar. Now I never did get to see part 14 of the video because
until now.
Yeah, until now. And I was like, 1513. That sounds really weird. So I went to my Google Doc for 311, and I have it like all set up all nice and everything, so it tells you like the name.
Oh guys, look,
the real engine.
Well, there's Frisco 1515 in real life. Basically, Jessica, she would have looked. There you go.
Wait, isn't 1513 actually preserved?
I don't think so, but we do know that 311. That 1522 has she has 5 other surviving siblings, which would, if so, in a way, this would make the fictional 311 the 7th survivor. And funny enough, somebody here still liked the idea of that, and they did this I thought that was really a nice touch. That was.
Oh yeah, but back to what I was saying. I just realized by total accident, I actually put 1513 as a canon thing in my little documentary about 311. Because the way I did it for my story for her, or in a way, I should actually edit that. I think it's after the Clinchfield Curse or whatever. I have a fake company, PMM Transport, and
mine's CSW. Mine's kind of, sort of fictional too. You and me are thinking alike, and I'm liking where this is going. Look, and by the way, guys, you don't notice it, but there's my actual photo of 311 when she was in service. That's like in a way when she was built in the origin story, and over here is when she got the first number for the first time prior to her being sold to CSW. So these are like unshotted images that we never got to see in the movie.
Oh, that is a pretty cool image, though. She has a doghouse on the tender.
Yeah, she had a doghouse eventually on the tender before finally being shipped over. And eventually, I hate to admit this is a spoiler, but this is the type of form she gets when she wakes up after being in a coma for so long.
It'd still be pretty cool to see, though.
Yeah. Oh, you will get to see it. And funny enough, this is the first time that both siblings meet each other. There's Frank from Sound 1, and there's Jessica. The first time the two siblings ever met.
That's fantastic.
Of course it is.
So what do you think? What year the two siblings would meet?
It was basically in the same time when Frisco 1522 was actually built, in the same year as her, 1926, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, 1926 was the year when the Queen was born.
Indeed.
Back, let's see, I think it was 2 years ago. No, not 2 years ago. It'd be 3 years ago or 4. I came up with the idea for my company, my fake one.
Yeah.
And my grandfather, father inspired it, whatnot. So
Anyway.
I used that idea. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
I was just going to say, if you want to finish the rest of this here, let me just tell you before we continue onwards, because I have to wrap this up very soon.
Oh, all right.
The president ordered all files of the locomotive to be destroyed. Accident B11 and brought her back to work on the CSW. After the fatal accident in 1957, the president ordered all files of the locomotive to be destroyed. But thanks to the manager, he saved the most important files of 311. But only what, sir? Only after he murdered the president of CSW by shooting him. Stan told me he did it because the files of 311 contained everything from her design prints to her career, as well as the biography of her. And the president was trying to get rid of them to make it look like she was never even in existence, and to keep the Canton Southwestern Railroad from being a bad reputation, which it was getting at the time.
My goodness, that's just so terrible.
We can say that again, Emily.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't blame the manager for what he did. Besides, he gave what the CSW president deserved. Surely by now, CXX Transportation has a much better one that knows how to run the routes better than he ever could and respects his fleet of engines, whether they're steam or diesels.
I don't get it. Lynchfield 311 started out before she had the number, but I thought that...
Looks like the story of the Quinchfield curse was not at all told to us the right way.
So who was actually the voice of David?
Yeah, it's David, that's right, indeed. So anyways, you were saying, let's play man, because you're in for a good treat now, because let's just say I've got something cool to show you.
Really?
Yeah, we're about to have a little sneak peek. Here we go. Welcome
I like
to my
sneak peeks.
Welcome to my DA account.
I actually didn't know that you had a DeviantArt. I'll have to follow it.
Well, I've been on there for well over a decade.
A decade?
Oh, 10 years. Oh, I made my account like last year.
I've just passed my 11th year anyway.
Well,
just
congratulations.
Yeah, somewhere in that period. Yeah, anyway, just to let you know, this is the actual new can I'll be doing, and that's actually my OC there. A Frisco Mercado, number 4003, who's in fact a real survivor.
Mercado? That's also the nickname for the P2s.
Really cool.
Yeah, it's a Mercado type. Yeah, this is technically where we are today.
A 282.
Yeah. Basically, these are all engines that have been visiting around, and even 311 had a visit at one time during her life at one point, as you can clearly see, at the time. Some of these shots here are official, some of them are not, but some are actually kind of what we're doing, of what I'm actually doing here. This is technically going to be used. This here will be used for like the intro shots, like for my series if I ever do go out of retirement. And of course, it's changed over time, but here's a quick information shot. That's one of the most classic spots on the route of the new expanded branch route of itself.
All right.
It's very frustrating and farmerish a lot of times, but yeah, like I said, this is because back then that used to be that's one of the stations that was on the older version before it got transformed into this now, which is basically a flag stop. There's a couple of flag stops on the new branch line. It's where people want to get a fast ride or whatever, but it also serves as a place where they can restore some of the freight stuff to be picked up later on in this siding over here, which is like a runaway siding, but it's also used to store freight stock and can be picked up later on. So yeah,
That's
this is
interesting.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it used to be a passenger station on the branch, but it's now transformed now as a flag stop, as you can see. And I'll give you an example in a second. Some of the engines coming in, even Frisco 1522 made an appearance, as a visit. Well, and there's one of the engines. This may be canon, but just bear with me on this one. There's actually,
it's a Niagara.
yeah. Let's just say in my version, we actually managed to save engines that were scrapped, but in this case, yeah, this is not like a replica of them, as I would like to say, because I actually have a replica train association in the trains community. I did, and this is one of them. But instead, I've decided to make this one of the engines that would be, like an alternative timeline where one may have survived, and this is one of them. This is one of the engines.
Funny?
This is the biggest engine of the bunch on the railroad. Dubbed the big gal of CSW, Anna Lee. That's her name. And it's a big female.
Let me tell you something, Kanefan.
Yeah.
This is really funny. The company that I have is actually a steam preservation company. And they only run steam. Specifically, the ones that actually got scrapped all those years ago. Now, I've gotten hate for it because people tell me, "Oh, you can't do that. These engines were scrapped." And it's just like, have you ever heard of an alternate timeline?
Yeah, I know. I get questioned for it though, but they understand what I mean. But they do tend to ask me why this is like, what's the intrigueness of it? Because because I've always heard stories by many people, by rail fans, that like these engines, like the Niagaras, the Niagaras, the New York Central Hudsons, or basically other engines like the Hiawatha Streamliners, for instance.
Those were pretty cool back in the day. That was the streamlining age. The good old days.
That's what I mean. That's an example of this, of what I'm doing. Anyways, you can see there, as we're talking about the siding, there's an example of it. See, there's my character waiting with a small stocking freight while this train passes by. That's how it works.
That's very nice.
Yeah, that's
I like that design.
That's a classic example of what this thing can do. It's basically a farming industry, like I said, and of course I couldn't resist by doing a shot of 750, making a visit. This is technically like that. There's the level crossing where the farming villagers can go over to the cathedral and into a playground area. So yeah, this is technically a farming village, but located in the forestry section. But it's still regardless. You could say I was kind of inspired. I think a bit of Strasbourg was inspired by me to do this as well. And there's the main station. This is actually the new terminus, where the new headquarters are now. But it also serves as the mid-stop for the engines to go, But it does serve. This is where I hate to be a spoiler, but this is where 311's now located at. This is where she is now.
Honestly,
is she happy there?
I'm at least happy to know that 311 gets another story, and hopefully the whole entire community itself loves it.
Oh, they will eventually when I start making stories about it. Speaking of which, there's 311. Oh, this is actually some of these canons are unseen, but we never got to see in the movie, because some of them you have to look really carefully to see which one. Like this shot here is a prime example of when she first came to CSW in that same year as you saw, and these engines were still here at the time before her jinx got way out of hand. And some of these engines didn't make it, and they blamed her for their losses. Not everybody didn't, but there were those that did kind of understand who she was and took her in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I have a good question. Was her jinx just mechanical problems?
We'll never know what the problem was. There were so many issues that she had.
All right. Because the way I wrote her story out for my Google Doc, it was actually mechanical problems and, other workers' faults for, not knowing such information on a locomotive like her.
Oh,
because
thanks, Christopher. That was you telling me. Nice.
I was gonna say, because back in the day, these engines were made in the 20s. So as the years go on, some people just lose that knowledge of how to take care of old locomotives like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you.
So I figured that would be like a little good thing to add in there. I don't know.
We'll never know. But that's good. I like it though. Speaking of which, there's my OC, by the way, of me as an engine on Soda, or what I look like today. That's me.
Back in. Where's it at?
That's my Rally Series look as I am now after my rebuild.
Oh, it's a LNER. My favorite.
Yeah, I may be an A0 like Gordon, but I'm actually a super A0, meaning I'm a lot bigger than he is, and I'm a lot stronger than him.
All right. It's a shame that
you also put in Pullman carriages from the Orient Express, so well done for that. I love
Not
it.
really. Not really. It's actually the Bournemouth Bell from a former Southern Railway express train. It was one of their favourite trains ever. And of course, this was going to be another alternative series I had called Thomas and the American Engines, and I felt like this was like a good story plot I had in mind. Like, what if Soda was both British and American run?
That would actually be very interesting.
That way the Brits and the Americans can learn from one another. Like, this is how we did, and this is how we've done it, and this is the thing that everybody loves about this. We Brits and the Americans love what we do. We have very similar history objectives, but it's just one of the best things about the two nations, and I've kind of incorporated that with that shot that you just saw. And I did this one for a bit of fun as well. Like, why this came on Soto, and you can tell by James and Gordon's reaction, that's what you'd be like if you saw a beautifully painted, streamlined Atlantic. Arguably the most powerful. Yes.
I was also thinking. I was thinking, well, can't one of the engines of Soda go to visit America, like Thomas or Gordon or any of the other characters?
I can say, this is what I can say though, which is a little weird. 311 is actually the engine that inspired my idea for my mountain type, because originally this is how it was. So back in the 20s, my company PMM Transport bought a mountain type, and this mountain type had a few wrecks or whatnot. It was one of the fastest engines on the railroad at the time before it joined PMM. And it was a T54 that was, let me think, originally it was robin egg blue and black. Then they changed up the design, so then it was red, black, and navy blue. And that was my company's paint scheme. And it still is actually today, just a little bit more of a glossy navy blue. And people disliked me very much for the fact that I put very big smoke deflectors on a mountain type.
That's fine. It wouldn't bother me too much. Some engines look pretty good.
It actually looks really cool. It gave off some... Actually, I could probably share my screen and show you, if you're fine with that, of course.
That's fine. I like that. That's pretty clever. I like the fact with freeline with the eyesight. That's really clever.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It's pretty odd. It's pretty. Like, if you ever have a series to do, I'll be more than happy to play a part in it. Be more than happy.
Oh, I don't have a series, but...
No, but if you did, like,
Can you
you
see?
did have trains and what? Okay, let's see what you got.
All right.
Let's see what you got.
That,
there you are.
There you go. That's the new
crap.
variant.
Hold on, let me just share. Alrighty, that looks quite a very unusual. That's an unusual looking mountain type, but I'll take it. I certainly like the blue colouring. That's one thing I'll say.
Well, blue's my favourite colour.
Original variant, if I could find it. It's pretty old.
Gordon definitely would have put that, I guess.
There it is.
I bet he
There's a whole bunch of them right here. Let's see.
There's one right there.
That's the old version. That's what I originally had. That was the T54 version. So that was the old scheme, and then this one came along, which was a little newer at the time, but it was still very old, as you can see by the valve gear. The valve gear was, it was very much broken at the time. And then, it went through another phase,
that looks
Christmas.
really good. That looks very good.
My friend, who made it? Napoleon. My friend
Nice. So you got some other friends there. I can see you got a lot of friends you're also associated with too. Nice.
Oh yeah, I have a whole bunch of friends.
Well, I'll be happy to.
If I could find it. Yeah,
I was thinking about starting my own little
that's
series.
the final variation of it so far. I might make a all-black version with, just black and the white stripes, maybe. That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still weird because I'm not used to it being so big. It's a lot bigger than a T-54, let me tell you that. This thing's massive.
Oh, yeah, it does look big.
That's just like the ground view if you're crouching down. And
as they always say, bigger the engine, more power it got.
Yeah, that's for sure. But this is actually the document that I made, and that was some of the images I wanted to show you for 311. If I could.
Hey, look back up again. There's the classic image of that up there. Look back up there, that black and white photograph.
Oh, this one up here.
That's very iconic. People look at that as in real life.
Yeah, and actually, I think it's a very old image from what I can tell, I think.
But it looks good though, original locomotive, I'll do that.
Oh yeah, it does. And it took me a while. My friend Soldat's made this for me. This is the 311 that I have in my game. And it's actually
nice.
Surprisingly, and that's not surprisingly, I am so pleased with this. It is a lot better than the original mountain type I had. It came out fantastic. It really did.
So this is basically a private KNR reskin of yours.
In a way, kind of. Oh, there you go. There's her little face.
That's a facial feature.
That's cute.
What route are you using in that one?
And this is actually, believe it or not, in the game. It's like a little chip that you put on the engine, like a computer chip of ways in the game, and it actually allows you to program a face onto her.
Oh, so I find out what route are you using?
Oh, what mouse am I using?
No, what route?
Oh, route. Oh, route. This isn't trains. This is Gary's mod. That's Rice Harbor.
I thought it was trains. So I thought it was trains for a second because of the quality.
It does look like it though, doesn't it?
Especially the one in your icon looks like a train shot too.
That is a train shot. That one's a train shot.
So
this one, however, it's really hard to explain.
I couldn't tell the difference.
But
I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, I get that a lot. But I include the history of Baldwin.
Yeah, there's the original Baldwin 311. I'm gonna get confused with. Oh no.
No, that one's not the original. The original.
Oh.
I think I spelled Clinchfield wrong. I did.
Yeah,
wait, no, I didn't. I got it. 311. I think it was 060.
Yeah, it was an 060.
Let me think. The real Clinchfield 311. I found it the one time, and I don't remember where I found it. There it is.
Yeah, that's that's the original 311. Some people theorize that could Jessica's 311 be the one to replace it, and some theorize that could have been the reason why she suffered the jinx.
Yeah.
I can't believe that theory. That could be the reason why.
It is pretty cool, though, to think about it, that there actually was a real 311 in active service.
yeah, maybe I think that could be the reason why 311 had the Jinx for so long.
Yeah. But I mean, to just think about it, like, honestly, it took me about... Oh, let me fix that. It took me about, I'd say, a week or two to make this whole entire document for 311.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Because I had to get, like, all of the information gathered together and try and figure this all out. It was insane.
I will admit this is really clever. At least you've done something here that I couldn't do.
It's definitely...
Oh, we're in for a treat, lads. I'm about to do something really clever. Hang on, I'm just about to head up to here and do something good. Keep your share screen up, mate, because this is really good.
Alright. Where's my thing? My Google Docs. Just, I didn't mean to click that. That is a major ow. I also have 1225, 2102, 587.
Oh, nice.
I messed
Got
that
a bunch
up.
of these engines. Nice.
Oh yeah, I have a massive list. I have Harley. That's my E2 tank engine. Pitchford Hall. The USR
Hall.
light. The 5629. If you guys remember that one.
I do remember, yeah.
I actually have that as a character. Her name is Rose.
Not named after Rose Whittaker from the Titanic film.
No, but that is actually comical that you mentioned that.
Sorry, I had to throw that one in there.
It's fine. You know what? I get it. You know, I have ocean liners for my company. I have two alternative versions. I have ocean travel, and then I have rail, which is this one. It's also very blinding because the way I chose the color schemes.
Yeah.
Speaking of ocean travel, do you have any famous ships like the Lusitania
Titanic?
or the Titan?
Yeah.
Titanic
we
is still around. Yeah, in my
See,
Titanic, I hate to say it, but if you were to read my fanficking on Titanic, it's more like an anime alternative of all the films combined as a hybrid, but with an anime storyline telling, with my character involved as the main character, which has led to controversial, but a lot of guys like the idea of what I was doing.
Yeah, and the way my company works, kind of like what you were doing, Kanefan.
Yeah.
Basically, how it works is... Oh god, I forgot how many slides I have on this. Jesus.
Well, all of them.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's all the tabs. I don't know if I added all of them. Those are chapters. There's a lot of chapters. But it's lagging very bad on this. Basically, the company started in 1881, and it actually went from there all the way to 2021, present day. And the whole point of the company is to try and preserve and run Steam. That's what the whole point of the company is anyways. At least I'd hope it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, alright, I was just making sure. I thought I lagged out again.
Now I'm just getting ready for something really cool here. You're gonna like this.
Alright.
Mm.
The way it kind of works in a way, and it's weird because the company during the time that should be separated. Just fix that real quick because I have like a little thing about that. It's weird because I know a lot of people hate that I do it this way. Fix that. The company itself is based in, the 1880s and, goes to present day, just normal stuff. And, some people don't like that and it gets them mad because, people tell me it's unethical that steam engines can run for a whole entire company.
Yeah,
which is true.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. We're just using our imagination. To our advantage, and there's nothing wrong in doing that.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people have forgotten.
The imagination that goes behind the creative ideas. Like, I found these two images and I customized them.
Not bad.
You have a D16. I think it's a D16B, and then you have this little thing, and I have no idea what this is, but it's actually really cute. I had to have it. I just found it on DeviantArt, and I was like, "This is the most adorable thing I have ever seen."
Well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it, mate, and I'm not going to criticize you. If it's what you like, you like.
Yeah, but like let's see. This is where 311 comes in. I think sometime in the role play, the documentary, somewhere around here is when she comes in.
All right.
Because you can see I actually included some images. Like that's the roundhouse.
Ooh, I like that.
It's a
very similar.
That's actually in Pennsylvania. Let's see.
That's very similar to a roundhouse I have on my main line on the 311 on my CSW mainline branch, to be honest. But let's just say in a way, things are a little bit different.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah, but I just say I have a big one, but I think you'll understand why afterwards. But anyway, I've got this train sorted out for 311. I've combined two big trains and merged them as one for 311 because, yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I've taken both the hourly and the half-time train from Strasbourg as it is today, and I've just merged them into one big, massive express train.
That's pretty cool.
Just to make it look impressive and to make it easier for 311 to not suffer anything bad, I'm just going to give it an auxiliary tender.
Oh, all right.
Although it looks weird, she wasn't really a big fan of auxiliary tendery, but you have no idea what you're about to see, okay? Because you're about to get a slight little tour on something really cool.
All right,
okay?
That actually sounds interesting.
Yeah, I haven't done it for a long while.
Just to let you know, if you're curious, by the way, if you're curious in any way, this is in my state, Pennsylvania. This roundhouse, I think it got torn down or burnt down or something like that years ago, or it could be the Steamtown roundhouse. I don't know, but that's the roundhouse that was actually used for the company. I have no idea what happened to it. I looked into I only could find images. But like it goes through so many phases. Like at one point in time, it has like this really brown. You see how it has the brown roof, and then when you scroll down, look, it changes in a way. Like something happened to the round.
Yeah, do you want to make quite cool? I think I would like to use that. Maybe you could use that. Maybe if you did, say if you had this, that could be like where your most reliable engine to work at, while the rest are just random other engines.
Yeah, that's actually the main hub too. That's the main hub of where all the engines are stored.
I've really enjoyed this conversation with you, man. I really have. You definitely have made the stream very intriguing, and let's just say, I guess, well, unlike last year, I guess 2021 definitely has its ways of forgiving and trying to find new friends for me to blend with, and you happen to be one of them. I really am blessed by that.
That's actually pretty cool.
Cheers, man. Continue on, anyways.
What's really, what I find really, really cool about this roundhouse?
What?
I just want you to imagine this in mind. We might have the same mindset here. What if it went all the way around to where this track is right here? Do you know how many engines? Do you know how many engines that would store?
A lot of them. Well over 100. This way, we could take all, and if we had the alternative time, say if we had the budget and the money, we could have had all the engines that survived and those that didn't make it, and this would be their sanctuary.
Oh yeah, like I said, PMM is one of the, I wouldn't say it's the biggest, but it's one of the more well-notable companies that preserves Steam and runs them and keeps them in active service. Mind you, it costs us like over a certain amount of money per year, but it's okay. My wallet won't be empty by the end of the year. Oh, yeah. And then there you go. That's the full change on the roundhouse.
That looks even better.
It was like going through this weird like style change. And then we have like, you know, a little branch line roundhouse. Because this is the whole entire map, by the way, of my company.
That's a lot of lines.
That's a lot of rail, yeah. The yellow is branch lines. The I don't know what the pink is. I don't remember what the pink is. But the yellow is like, let's see. This is the brown. This, you see this image up here?
Yeah.
It is based off right here, where that little light blue text is, or lighter text. The main hub, that really big roundhouse, is like right here.
I see. Well, in my version on CSW, where we've had many different variations, Ryan's actually located, well, as you know, southwest. But I was like thinking where would it be connected to, and I had this funny connection of thinking, what if it was next to, I don't know, near the railroad of San Juan in Colorado?
That would be interesting, because having the two connected in a way or near to would probably make the line a lot bigger and more options for like scenes.
Well, I don't have the route. I did have it, but it doesn't work for mine, sadly. I can't get it to working. But in my version, I would say that they're the two railroads that are very close to one another. I will say, if you were to put mine in somewhere, wherever located it is in southwest, it's up to the people, really. But I will give that it's very close to the San Juan Railroad, even though there's no connection. They are very close. The two railroads are somewhat nearly entwined with one another. But they don't have any. But they've never actually. Let's just say, regardless, they've never actually coexisted in terms of ever cross paths with one another, or never had the chance to. Except, although I will say, let's just say in my variation, I did do an alternative timeline with Frank, where that when he left San Juan, he was put here on CSW for a while, where for alone would have been. Then maybe he would have sent him back afterwards. Regardless, who knows? It was like an alternative timeline I had, I thought. And some of the engines I know of could have been there, like Anthony and Ben, if you know what I'm saying, from San Juan. I actually put them in as one of my original CSW fleets when it was in my timeline. The Captain Southwestern Railroad, as I showed you in the map, actually opened in 1887, I think it was, or whatever it was, 86 or whatever. And Anthony and Ben were the first engines that were among them. So I did like an alternative. That was like an alternative. At the time, I thought, what if I had my railroad in a somewhat relationship with San Juan? Because at the time, I was a big fan of them and wanted to do something cool with it, and that was just then. But now I kind of altered the history a little.
Yeah.
To avoid any confusion, that is.
It's a little confusing at first, but when it gets more into depth, you kind of understand it more. Also, you know what I just realized?
What?
Well,
you see how my company has all these lines?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I was going to say to you, one of them is pointing towards the Great Lakes.
Yeah, it runs up to the Great Lakes. This line does, anyways. It's
Lake Superior.
There.
Oh boy,
yeah,
I
think it's the old Pensy route, or New York City.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I hear you said the Evans Fitzgerald?
Yeah, I did. I said it. You heard me right.
Oh, great! I was gonna mention that because that's sunk in. Well, that's sunk. Well, 45 years ago. So rest in peace to the 29 main crew.
Yeah, the 29 men that lost their lives. Although technically, with me, I hate to admit this, it's not about the loss of life that followed with me. It's about the loss of the vessel that matters me more. Sorry, that's just how I am. Anyways, guys,
that's understandable. Like you said. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Just ignore the bell ring. I'm at a level crossing. That's why you can hear ringing. I'm about to show you now on my end.
Well,
all right.
What I was going to say that if your company runs up to the Great Lakes, so I was thinking every November, once they do a special service to commemorate and remember the 29 main crew who went down to the bottom of Lake Superior with the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, actually, believe it or not, my company. Well, recently, that's because a recent family member of mine passed away. But I actually have a funeral train, or a memorial train in a way. It's called a funeral train, but it's a memorial train. It's actually all black and white. And I actually had, let me think, what was it? 4012, Union Pacific 4012. I had 4012 pulling it.
Alright then, I was thinking that every time when it's the 10th of November until when the anniversary comes up, so once you do a special mini memorial service to commemorate those who lost their lives.
That could actually be pretty interesting. I could see.
Basically, you could call your train basically the Edmund Express, maybe.
Well, normally the way my company works, it's weird. We name the passenger services actually after gems, like rare gems. Like the one train I have is called the Sapphire Limited.
Oh, nice.
Sapphire Express.
Hey guys, look who's coming up.
Who's coming on?
I can actually show you that because I have the coaches for it. Where is Soldots?
Can you
show us?
Wait, what's up?
Can you show us the characters you use?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm getting right now. If I can, I might have to go to my other server. Where's it at? There's my official server. Where is? There it is, Spring Valley.
Oh, nice.
This is actually my roleplay server that I got going on here. Where's he at? There.
I'm not really into role playing. Just like you know, it's not my type of thing anymore.
Oh yeah, no, it's not really meant for most people.
No, it's just that. That's
there you go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, nice.
I didn't even realize he made a 1513 version of 311.
Really good. That's an original look. Yeah, I know.
Who made the passenger It wasn't him. It was Shelby. Whoops. I feel
anyway,
bad.
Okay, back to me then. If you feel bad, I'll just go quick. Well, here we go.
Let's have a look.
Okay, see, bell's ringing, but here's 311. But listen to her.
Okay. That sounds like the LNN 3 chime. I like that. I really do.
There she is. 311 as she's restored.
Hi, Jessica.
That's actually a really nice looking model. I like that.
There she is.
10 for that. Well done.
Oh, and she's pulling Strasbourg coaches. That's funny. I live near Strasbourg.
Yeah, well, I was inspired by Strasbourg to do this.
Also, another thing it's inspired Strasbourg is where Thomas and the Magic Railroad, parts of the film where Shining Time was filmed.
As you can tell, this is 311 after she came out of her coma. Spoiler alert, lads. And
honestly, I find that actually really, really cool.
I say, hey,
I have to see if you're running on trains 12, right? That's trains 12.
You just answered your own question, buddy.
that I actually did. I have trains 12, but I don't really have a nice looking model of the T-54 class. And I've been trying very hard to get it. I have the old version of 311. There are some errors on it because I kind of like imported it into the game. But I'm trying to find a better variant.
There we go. There she is.
Yeah, she has a red roof.
No red roof at all. No, she's all blackened out. After all,
she's red for a minute there.
After all, she is the long black train.
Yeah, that is true.
She's nicknamed that now because of that song.
And she's also got her Clinchfield on her tender as well.
Oh, she's reformed back to her Clinchfield. It's more better. Listen, if you listen carefully, I actually changed the effects here because it was the same one Kenal had been using. So I decided to give her this train sounds from Strasbourg number 9. So she's got the sound of a decapod.
Really?
And it worked. That's why I told you she didn't have that loud, that loud booster.
The booster. That's right, because the T-54 class had that booster.
And Jessica was among who had it originally, but they decided to get rid of that because Jessica, in her opinion, it worked for a time, but over time it was just something that she didn't really like. Even Frank himself will tell you he can't help it either. That's why he had to shout out quite a lot.
Yeah, boosters are very loud.
But it works.
What's her whistle? Is that actually an LNN 3 chime?
Actually, I think it was from a. I don't know. Actually, I think it was from a CNN intro. I don't know what it was from. I don't recognize it.
Oh, I was gonna say it sounds very similar to the LNN.
Oh, speaking of which, there's one of the flag stops. I thought I was about to pass over.
Oh yeah.
By me, I actually built most of this.
I bet Jessica's happy with her new life now.
Oh, she has the doghouse too.
Oh, that's what I mean. She was refitting with the doghouse. Yeah. I wasn't really a big fan of it, to be honest, but it did kind of work with her restoration style.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I'm not a big fan of the doghouse as well, but you know what? If it helps with the...
Yeah. I mean, not all of them look good, but this one kind of fit the bill.
Yeah.
There we go. As you can see, we're approaching that sign I was telling you about. We're approaching the other second flag stop.
I definitely have to see if I can get like different variants of 311.
There we go. Look.
Anyway, I think I'll let you guys carry on and now. Chat to you soon when you do the next stream, Kane.
Oh well, it depends. We're lucky only have limitations. And there it is. There's this place I was telling you about. The next flag stop.
Now, does it actually stop? Like, is there a buffer there? A buffer beam at the end? Or is it like an actual long siding?
It is. This is a runaway siding, and it also serves as that's why that guy is there to control the crossing around. There's the cathedral and everything else, and that's where they go to get into their farm to get here. But in case you don't notice this, I actually merged an old route I found from the Tom's community, and it's Toga's old line. That's why this thing looks a bit similar. So what I did was I just Americanized it.
I mean, hey, whatever works, it works.
I know. Like, people say it looks familiar. So I try to merge routes to save you some time.
Well,
here we are.
Species,
Yep. Here we are. That's the whole area that we're in right now. Take care, man. As you can see, yeah. Bye. Like you see here, this is the whole farming industry that this little station serves with, you know, all the way in here in this little, yeah, it's like a forestry type of, like I said, it's a lot. Yeah, we're actually on top of it. We're actually, this place actually stands on the crest of a grade on one of the steepest part, perhaps the most steepest part of the whole branch.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's right. But here's the thing. I might be extending the line to make it different, so I'll be putting some more Thomas stuff from the 06 era to try and save me some more time. It might look a bit weird, but it might fit the bill. But this, however, is the whole branch line, because the original CSW branch was a lot smaller, and it wasn't like as you have to see. So I'm still so this is technically what it looks like now, but when I do like the original, it'll look a little different.
Okay, I was actually going to say something. What's really cool about that is that little road right there that goes up. It took me a minute to think about this. Wouldn't it be cool if there was actually a line that actually went up that way through those little trees, if you get what I mean?
Yeah, if you would think like if I was going to make the railroad go past through, yeah. I don't know, actually. I don't think it would have worked.
Probably not, but it still would be cool to see because like it's just that long line of trees there, and it's just that little open space.
Yeah, I need for cars and buses to get through, but yeah. Here we go.
That's definitely the LNN 3 chime, though. I like it because that's what I have on my I have that on my version of 311 on Gary's mod. Except it's like a little bit deeper tuned whistle, or it's a higher pitch. It's a higher pitch of a whistle, just a little bit higher.
There's the church section, and of course the playground area where they can always go and enjoy the trains coming through. I have a thing. I don't know why I'm saying it, but I have a big thing for scenery, especially in forestry, because I see it a lot in the American routes.
Yeah, I can tell. There's a lot of detail.
Even though this is a British thing, I kind of did my best to Americanize it as best as I could.
Oh yeah, no, I could see that. It
Here we
honestly, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, we're about to,
Auxiliary tender actually doesn't look that bad behind 311.
Despite that's a Norfolk and Western one.
Yeah.
As you can see, yeah. That's alright, yeah. She doesn't really like auxiliary tenders. Yeah, well, she's not really a big fan of longer auxiliary water tenders. She likes the mid-sized or whatever, regardless. But still,
yeah,
one of the things that Jessica doesn't always like. But they have their purposes. Here we go. So this is technically where her new home is. This is where she's been since. Oh, and this is going to be really good. Because there's the infamous fishing village from Toby's windmill thing from season 1. I turned it into a fishing village.
That actually, I like that.
Yeah, a little Thomas season 1 reference, and of course I did some here, and I had a castle in to make it all scenery because there was a lot of depth missing that I replaced with my own to make it my own. So yeah, this is a little fishing village that has no... Yeah? You tried what?
Oh, there we go. Popped out and popped back.
You tried
in.
what?
There you go. Oh, sorry, I must have lagged out. I was going to say, I tried making scenery once. It didn't work well. I had a mountain that was about the size of, like, the Empire State Building. And I just sat there and I was looking at it, I was like, what have I done?
I know. Oh yeah, there we go. There's one of the infamous camera shots I laid in. Yeah, like I said, I took both the hour and the half an hour community train and just merged into one big thing.
I tried getting some maps and content for, like, Thomas and all that stuff, and you can't find it anymore.
Unless you had them saved. Here we go. There we go. There's the infamous shot that will be used for my intro shots. One of the most iconic sections on the line.
I honestly like it. You can quill that whistle very well.
I've learned how to do it. You can find K&L's promo videos for doing that.
I'll have to do that. I have to get a better version. I'll have to see if I can get a better model of 311. Because I have the old one.
What you could do, well, if you have any K&L's models, you know what to do. You can actually have the free wisdom to, do what you feel like is necessary. Because you can reskin them, you just don't have to share them with everybody else. That's part of the rules. So you could actually do that.
Because honestly, I like that. It's very pretty.
You can make it into your own version.
The only thing I'd most likely keep and like get rid of is the doghouse. Like
I know,
I like your.
Yeah, but this is how she is for now. Unfortunately, it's part of the whole thing.
I can probably figure something out because I know she's an oil burner, right?
Yeah, she was an oil burner. Yeah, like I said, now, but like I said, she has the doghouse now. It's part of the whole thing. And she's got an adapted to it, like I said. And now we're just about to, apparently we've just hit the crest of the grade, and now we're sort of beginning to go downhill.
Oh yeah, look at that. We are going downhill.
No, we're going down, actually. We're going down. We're actually going down.
Oh, alright.
Just all the bumps in the road, that's typical.
Ooh, the cab looks nice.
Most Cal engines have them. As you can tell, that's the sound effects that Strasbourg number 90 has.
Yeah, it is. That's actually really cool.
And it worked with 311, so it looked quite nice. It met with the movements.
Honestly, sometimes it's a little nice to see your locomotive just like, chilling, if you get what I mean. Like, it's just casually going through the countryside. It's not like thundering down.
Yeah.
It's just
now I'm
vibing.
I'm starting to now try to get a good run. Down the mountain, it's all smooth sailing. There we go.
Oh, you could even see her starting to shake a little bit there.
That's because of the bugs in the track. I can't help that, sadly.
Yeah.
They don't bother too much. You just have to ignore all that.
It's funny. It's like potholes for trains.
Yeah. There we go.
It's a shame they don't really give updates to 2012 anymore,
You said?
I was gonna say, it's a shame they don't really give a lot of updates to 2012 anymore, like visual updates where you can change out the graphics,
Yeah, and you could have they should have done the same thing they should have given the train thing like they do in Trains a New Era, where you can just instantly change the stuff without problem and just instead of waiting for hours to
Yeah.
That's why I will say yes.
I do have Trains a New Era actually, and I think that's the one that I have 311 on.
Yeah, the same one that Victor Tantic once had when he first started.
Yeah, doesn't he still use that, or does he use 2012?
I think he's using Trains 19 now. He's upgraded. There we go. Some of his camera shots I put on my eye. This is like in Toby's tramway line section.
Yeah.
We're going downhill. I'm doing that because they're covering up some parts that are pretty bumpy, so you won't even notice. That's why I got these things to cover it up.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, I always try to hide errors that would be too embarrassing. Hang on. Yes, Mom?
Who messaged me? It was actually really pretty. There we go.
Okay, I'm back there. That's so far to go. We're nearly done now, anyway. Like I said, we're almost done. Well, I've done 3 hours. Supposed to have a short stream, but well, I've blasted it too long. That's what happens. I just want to say I do small ones, but I end up doing too long. Now we're going. Now we're going back downhill now.
All right. I do like those safety valves, by the way. They're pointed towards me.
Yeah, that's part of the whole thing on the Kanefan models.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. I like the way how they're pointing towards each other in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see clearly, that's from season 1 of Toby's Tramway. Plus, as you can tell, I actually no, we're down the grade now, so we're at the bottom now.
It is still really pretty, though.
It is. I put some customized cameras in to make it look good. Not to mention, let's just say in a way, I kind of say that was the steepest part of the whole branch so far.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're over the worst. Going down is no problem. It's going uphill that's the issue. But 311 has no trouble.
Of course. I mean, she's a mountain type. She was made for those types of grades and all that.
Oh, of course. It's just that some of the engines don't like it. But she can cope with it. Anyways, like I said, there's also this railroad looks different because back in the day it was very, very forestry because we're about to approach the new logging company.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cutting down all the trees and everything else, so you'll like this.
Oh, I will.
So you'll like that. Oh, nice coat.
Oh, that? Yeah, that's a Pullman.
Ah, I see.
That's actually my company's. One of my company's cars. I don't know where the rest of them are. Might be in the dock. Oh, there they are. There's the new ones.
I see, not bad.
That, let me see. That's a combo. That's a passenger, and then there's actually, I don't know where the rest of them are. I have a diner. There's a dining car. There's a kitchen car. There's a whole bunch of cars actually that I have.
I
don't.
Yeah. Yeah, this is still a work in progress still, but I've got most of it done.
All right. I still like the line though. It's really pretty.
Oh, you think that's good? Just wait till we get closer.
See, it's a good thing I went on YouTube today. Made a new friend.
As did I. I just find so unusual that compared to K&L, they always put these effects in as they follow with the rolling stock, and down here they don't do that.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder, did they take real sound effects from actual recordings or not? I don't know. It makes me wonder.
It could be that way because I know that actually some of these sound effects that I get in my my Gary's Mod game, believe it or not, some of them are actually pre-recorded sounds of other engines in real life, like 1225 and 765.
Yeah, I know. I could tell.
It's amazing what people can do nowadays.
And you would wonder why did they not record that in the rolling stock to follow with them and not the engines or whatever the case may be. Either ways, this is the new logging camping, that cut down all the trees and everything else. This is what it looks like now, because they have a lumberjack company now, because it can be used for revenue freighting and passenger and tourism nowadays. But back in its heyday, all this was all forest stuff at the time in the original days.
From like the Clinchfield Curse back then when it was all forested up still, or is this not a different line?
This is like I told you, this is a different CSW thing. This is
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's on the branch. This is not even located in Campton. This is actually on another part of CSW. This is not the branch line section. And because of this now, they've made a new company, and it's going to be part of my new CSW universe I'm rebooting eventually. And this is one of the many lumber places that they work on. That's where 311 does most of it, but they can do because they have got like freight engines, because they do passengering, but they want to have a freight contract, and this is one of the many of them. And I know it's a bit risky, but like I said, I won't be using articulators, but I would use some of the smaller ones, if not the bigger ones, to handle them.
I could definitely tell you that the articulateds, that for their size and what they are, it's a lot of work taking care of them. It would
work. Oh, it would work. Don't get me wrong. It's just that with me, I felt like the branch line wouldn't stand the weight of an Allegheny 266 or a Norfolk and Western 2664 or any of that type of stuff. Let alone a big boy. So I didn't want to go too over with the weight.
Yeah,
but
I know what you mean, because there are weight restrictions.
Yeah, but in this case, CSW has a good, strong motivation. But at the same time, I didn't want to escalate. But I might end up recruiting one of them because because the roster at this point had gotten so much bigger because of the expansion. Because at this point, the line had been expanded. So it runs a little bit longer because they have a coal mine. They have 2 coal mines now. They have a coal mine, a brand new one, and other followed with this. So that's why I might need some big heavy machinery to come involved.
Yeah.
That's why I might recruit one of the articulators.
You know, there's a quote that my company has. You know what? You want to know what it is?
What is it?
Using our team powered by steam. And basically it means that there may be dieselization around and, all that fancy stuff. But at the end of the day, we're still powered by steam.
Same here. Although we do have some diesels, but they only happen when they need to. They're not a part of the actual roster.
Yeah.
Even though I don't mind them helping. It works.
Oh yeah, no, I don't mind that either. But one of my friends said to me, "Why do you have barely any diesel locomotives in your fleet?" Okay, because people are like, "Oh, that's so cost effective that you're running all steam locomotives," and it's just like, I don't mind it. I mean, it's not like it's actually costing me money,
Same here.
West Rail fan. Wait, West Rail 642 fan.
He's one of my old DNR friends. He was on earlier on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we've left the camp. Now that we're just about to approach the main headquarters.
Ooh, that actually sounds really cool. See, you know what's funny? West Rail. I don't know if you're still here. I have a ship that's bigger than Symphony of the Seas. I made one.
Boy.
It's also steam powered too.
Wow, steam power all the way.
Oh yeah. Let's see. It's the Anna Marie. That's what its name is. Where's it at? There it is. It's in this. I do like the detail in that new version of 311, though. That is some fancy, fancy work. God, you know what I do the whole entire time while that's just driving? I just sit there and watch the valve gear. That's my biggest thing ever. I love watching the valve gear at work.
Yeah,
because there's just so much involved with it. Because you have the reverser and then the main, driving rods and all that. Well, let's see here. I think I have an image of what mine's supposed to look like. If I could get it. I think I updated it. I don't remember.
Here we are approaching the, what we're approaching now is the actual current headquarters of CSW branch line, whereas the old one was back there, still building it up, because they moved eventually when their fleet got bigger, and when it got restored as well. So this is the new headquarters that we're arriving at. I've yet to name them, but I was thinking of calling this the new version of Campton regardless, but at the same time I don't know what to pick, so I'm going to think of some other names. But either way, we're approaching it now. You could say I was inspired by Cash City from the Cash City branch line series with this bit.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's a big city.
It's not just a city, it's not Cash City, but I inspired from it.
It's still pretty big nonetheless.
Just you wait till we get in there. Here we go. That's the one.
That's still loading.
And here we are. And here we are. We're in the main headquarters area. This is it.
Is that a roundhouse that I see? That is a roundhouse.
And here it is. Welcome to the main headquarters of CSW's branch line.
I like that massive shit though right there. That's pretty cool.
And yes, this is actually the new roundhouse.
That's literally almost the same size as mine. Just a little bit smaller. It's missing quarter of it.
The original one was smaller, located in the old old one, and oddly enough, they don't have to worry. Right here is the workshops. They don't have to go anywhere else. They can just go in here.
That is pretty cool, though. I like the way you designed that. The little workshop area right there.
You can actually get that for DLS, you know.
Really?
Yeah, it's a Pennsylvania erecting hall.
Oh! I didn't even know that was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, they can go straight in, but in order to get back out, they have to go back here and run around onto the turntable section.
I mean, yeah, that might suck just a little bit, but you know what? There's a turntable there. You could just turn around.
That's what I mean. That's all they have to do. And that there is for the maintenance speeder. It's a maintenance, shed there for us, and of course that's just to store trackage or whatever. So all these bunch of signs are made out of, And there's the main headquarters for us. And this is it. The town station. It is. It's a work in progress, but I have most of it done. And this is what I did here, just to make it intriguing. Displaying stuff to make it more accurate, like you will see in Strasbourg or anywhere else. And
Oh my God, I love the little diner car.
Yeah, there's two dining cars. There's two dining cars. One over there, and one here. So they have two. But basically, that there is the station's dining car. Here to have lunch at the station. Or this one here is the city version. There's two of them.
It's pretty impressive how they turn like passenger cars into dining cars.
There's always something useful for them. Yeah. And there's the squat town set.
I mean, that is true.
Still a work in progress, like I said. But this is the main station hall. This is what look. I mean, back then, it didn't look like this. In its early days, when it was like this, it was much smaller.
Which is understandable, I mean.
This was from the DLS as well, like I said, but what I did was I just put the overhead roof over the top, and that there to make it more intriguing and also to keep the passengers sheltered.
Yeah.
Because look, because all the way from there was unprotected and covered up, until we got to there where the roof is section there, so I kept that bit untouched.
Yeah.
So here we go.
It gives a little bit of a Knapford vibe, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of inspired by that, but I felt like, it needs to look pretty cool. But I even added some people in to make it nicer, even though I'm not choosing for the fans going off, so I added some more bits and people to make it active.
I'll have to show you my that one character that I made,
the
Anna Marie.
As you can see, it comes quite handy. Yeah, at the time before the expanding, this was basically despite the fact that it's been expanded, this was technically the original end of the line of the branch, and there was an entranceway, so it was very, very small back in the day. Oh, green everywhere. They didn't notice that. I guess I've gotten better at putting signals in. As you can see, I forgot, that's got to be the... Oh yeah, that's how you get into the branch line that way. There's the new expansion.
Is the new expansion finished, or is it still being worked on?
Almost done, actually. But I got most of it going, but I'm still working on it. But yeah. I watched a couple of old routes, like I said, but this is the new route now, where this is where the passengers and tourists and freights can go now. And that's why we need more engine. Yeah, as you can see, this was the old... Oh, there, no one could go any further than that. This is where we go.
At first I thought it looped around the mountain.
Not really the mountain, it's actually an old forestry layout. I've done. And I was inspired by Henry's Tunnel and a bit of Strasbourg, as you will find out. Oh, Nintendo wants to join if you like.
There we go. Sorry about that. I should have checked something. Waiting for a delivery.
There we go.
Oh.
As you can see, I've got a thing for forest territory. I don't know why.
It's really windy out, though.
Not really, it's just normal wind. Oh, there we go. One of my favourite shots coming up. And here's one of the most hot photo takings ever, where people can just go and watch the trains cross the bridge. One of my first times I did this, and it's one of the hot locations.
Alright.
There we go. Hang on, I'll just do it this way since the train is way too long. There we go. You can see some people over there. So this is where they can come up and do some train spotting, or they can just watch the trains. You know, it's a hotbed for rail fanning.
Yeah. I was gonna say that would be a really nice spot to set up to rail fan.
Yeah, you can camp and sit around all day. You know, it's one of those exploring that they do. This camera can blend in right. There we go.
The trees like being an issue.
So I'm trying to get where the men are, and the camera just won't budge for me. There we go. What we'll have to do. There we go. Screw it, I'll just do it this way. There, see?
Yeah. I like that bridge. That's actually really nice.
Not the type of same bridge that 311 wouldn't fall over off, but yeah. There we go. There we go. That's the shot I was looking for. It'll be like that. Now let's go with some speed. This will be nice.
Someone sent me a message. Who's messaging me? I don't know. My Discord is broken.
Here we go. Now we're in the expanded section again, based on Strasbourg.
Talk about stretching her legs, right?
Yeah, well, they can actually on this part. It's all flat, sir. Most of this line now is all flat, so they can actually go. If they make it up for lost time or so, they can. Most of it is flat, like, so they can actually.
Not gonna lie, it is a pretty beautiful line, though.
Oh, it is. This is the new part of CSW's branch. Oh, there we go. Now she's at full speed.
70, 71, 72. Jesus, she's moving.
Well, she can really move. That's what they did in her specifications. She can actually go. She's quite fast. She's quite a fast 280 mountain type. She can build. She's more of a speeder than what you might think.
280. I thought her real classification was 482.
That's what I mean. She's a fast 482.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
That's from Haunted Henry, by the way. I just did some tricks with the ravine, made it into a river carve section.
You know, I love it when the texture just stretches out a lot on the side of the mountain.
It does. Here we go.
Almost 80 miles an hour.
Almost, yeah. This was originally the first stop, but instead I've turned it into a place where people can go and spend the night and go into the historical little western town there, and yeah, it's more like a place to watch trains go by and everything, like a reserve parking town or whatever.
Yeah. I like it.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Here we go. One of the most photographic shots ever in the. There it is. As you can see, it's good for photographing as well, and watch trains just shoot past. There's another shot right above the trees.
She gets to 88 miles an hour. Does she go? That's actually funny.
Not really. She's keeping her speed. Oh, Jesus. No, she's not going to get back into time.
She doesn't have a flux. She doesn't have a flux capacitor.
She's not going to go back to the future. Let me tell you.
Wouldn't it be back to the past?
Yeah. As you can tell, this thing's very flat grounded, so they can actually spread the legs if they wanted to.
Yeah, she's moving. I'll give her that.
Here we go. We're reaching up to my first. We're actually approaching the first new station on the expansion, which is one of my favorite parts. I actually spent a lot of detail on. It's like a farming location, but it also serves well for a small town.
Yeah, it honestly does. I like it. Also, where's the bread? I'm gonna make myself a sandwich real quick.
Thank God, it's really coming up in a second. Here it is. Right, so approach it right now. Here we are.
And the back. Sorry.
There we are.
Honestly, you want to know what I love about rail travel?
What?
It opens up a gateway of sorts to like just new experiences that you'll never forget.
Indeed, there's something magical about train traveling, especially if it's
like,
steam.
For me, I've seen static steam. Now I know Strasbourg has those, smaller. I think it's GW90. But
she's my favorite. She's my favorite. She's my number one favorite.
Oh yeah, I love GW90. I've seen her before, but that was years and years ago when I was like really little. And I told my mother the other day, I was like, "Do you want to know what I want to do before I pass away or something like that, or something bad happens?" And she's like, "What?" I said, "I want to see a steam engine, a big, the big ones that they have down west."
Yeah.
I told her, I said, I honestly want to see a steam locomotive, a big one in action. And she's like, well, I mean, you'd have to do that yourself. And it's just like, well, I mean, I can do it myself, but it's like better to do it with family. You know, it creates memories.
Yeah, family members. I know what you mean. Here we
Like
go.
honestly, go ahead. Go ahead and show it.
Right, yeah. This is basically one of the new stations we worked on, but it also has a small town and farming industry. And yeah, this is one of the newer places we're approaching. We're actually going to hit a long stretch now. So this is where trains can really stretch their legs if they need to, but they can also pick up passengers. But if they have a special branch line express, they have procedures to go at high speed if they want to. It's very rare, but they can do that. Say your 311 took the San Juan Limited.
Oh, see, great minds think alike.
Yeah, but she's like 60 to be honest. Anyways, here we go. And here we are. This is where it gets a bit long stretched. Still working on it though.
That's definitely insane, though. Like, really insane.
Yeah, I'll just show you quickly before we wrap this up. We got through here. It's more forestry now. Here's an old, very rare route I took from Thomas's branch from the railway series and just modified it. That there is actually a shortcut for trains who are running late. They can go through here or on the return journey to cut some time. That there's the original way to get in and out. So this can serve for traffic as well, if they're late.
Alright.
Yeah, so trains have to stop to let others progress further. And over there is the new coaling mine that is yet to be made. You know, that's where all the, still working on it.
Yeah, it's all the work in progress stuff.
And over here, spoiler alert coming up, is the first big main line double station on the branch where both passengers and freight can intertwine if they need to, or exchange passengers. Yeah. This is one of the first big stations, like a double mid. And then there's another one further down the line. Might as well wait here for 311 to pass by.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
I honestly, in my opinion, I don't know if this is anyone else's opinion. I don't know what anyone else thinks about 4014. You know, the big boy.
Oh yeah.
I kind of wish that they put 1522 back into service.
Me too. I agree. She deserves it. And basically, they did a real movie of 311. Frisco can play the part easily.
Yeah. Here's the best part about 1522 is I think it's just her flues that are
Yeah.
I think the ticket expired or they're just really bad and they need repair and they need to be forged. But I'd love to see that engine back in service. Like,
me too.
She's over. How old is she now? God.
Very old. But I will admit, I hate to admit, he's not 311, but I could definitely say 1522 is the long black train of the Frisco Railroad, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, 1513 would probably most likely be that candidate, but it's unfortunate that it got scrapped. Yeah. I'm gonna guess that's what happened to it, because I looked it up. I didn't see any records on her at all.
Yeah. Funny enough, could you just imagine if 1522 was on Strasbourg?
Oh, I'd enjoy it. I've never seen a mountain type before. I know I have one here in the state of Pennsylvania, but
nice.
I don't have the time because I have work all the time and all that. I work on tractor trailers, you know? So I don't really have the time to Wait, what's up?
311's coming up. I've started pace down.
Alright.
There, look.
Oh, yep. I could tell she's coming because I could hear that whistle. Honestly, I think it'd be amazing if they brought 1522 or any mountain type for that matter, any Frisco T-54 back into service. It'd be beautiful.
Same here. Here she comes.
Is she gonna still have the same voice actor?
Oh no, I do. I've actually given her a new voice dub now.
All right.
Just in case the originals want to come back, I've given her to a new actress.
What the heck? Just to let you know, someone's spamming in the chat.
Stupid. Yeah, I know, idiot bastards. Sorry about that. You get people out there every time.
Yeah.
And that's something we do not talk about. Oh, sure. Oh, no problem, old friend. Sorry about. Thanks for pointing out, by the way, man. I didn't notice that. I hate it when someone spams me cruel like that. I've been getting that for 10 years.
Oh yeah, no, I figured I'd let you know because I just happened to look at the chat. I was watching the.
Me too, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I do feel a bit offended. But I'm glad you kept an eye on that for me, man. So cheers, you earn my respect. Made the bridge there to make that more strong for the engine's ways. This was originally going to be one of the flag stops, but no, it's actually the little town that goes on that station we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a long walk for them, but they can get there by transport, whatever the case may be, regardless. But this is the small little town that serves it.
All right.
We're almost done now.
I was gonna say if that's the end of the line, 311's gonna derail. I thought it was the
Not
end of
really.
the line there for a minute.
No. No, here's the next incline on the thing. It's on Thomas's branch on the very serious, on a very rare old route. It goes right up there and it crosses and goes straight downhill. Here's the next. Well, this was to be the next station, but instead it's another freight location where they can pick up grain and wheat and farming crops or whatever the case may be. A small little town with this. Now it's actually Owlsbridge, and that's where the station is, where Thomas would have gone fishing in the books. But I made it to an American bridge. But I made it to sound the weight of the engines. So yeah, still work in progress. But anyways, don't worry. Unlike in Cass City, this pressing doesn't serve any sugar beets. Okay. Yeah, as we know in the prologue video. Those beets are good to me. Let's get out of here.
I'd love to be a voice actor, but I don't know if there'd be a character for me to even play.
I think you would, just being yourself. When I do come back and get a new thing, who knows what'll happen, you know?
Yeah. I'd love to include one. I would love to make myself an engine, but I have no idea what type of engine I'd even be. To be honest.
Well, it depends on who you want. I got a bunch of KNL engines, and it all depends really. If I have to, like, the thing is with me, most of the engines are painted in black, and not most of them have any color. I like to keep my balancing power, you know, so I don't overdo it on the branch.
Yeah. Actually, I believe I still have a reference art piece of what someone thought I would be. I might be able to find it real quick.
Yep. As you can see, 311's just gone over the grade and down it. Pretty easy.
I love that model so much. It looks so nice.
That's privatized, man. I do again. Thanks for keeping a sharp eye on the chat there for me, man. That was really good.
Oh yeah, no, it's a problem. 750. Where's? Let's see. Lily. So that's one of my friend's characters. That's Lily. There I am. There I am. I think this is me. I don't know. My friend never really explained it to me.
Nice, the old Tale of the Trade. I remember finding that once. Oh, so you're very similar to Greg, I guess, or is that a? Oh dear.
This is my friend's character, Lily.
Nice. Very good.
And I think the engine on the left is a Mikado, if I'm correct.
Some form of Mikado, I guess. Huh.
Tell me, how do you withstand this freezing weather? I was built for this weather.
Wow. I was built for running on main line. There we go. Yeah, about to cross the place where Thomas would have gone fishing.
Hold on one second. There's a whole bunch of chickens on my deck. I'll be right back.
Holy crap, the sun's coming up.
Please tell me you heard none of that.
I didn't hear anything.
Thank you, Lord.
I heard nothing. I heard nothing. I don't know what's so funny, but I heard none of it.
Oh, that was funny. I walk outside, all of them the chickens that I have chickens. They're all on my deck. So I'm trying to get them off the deck, and the one that's freaking out is screaming because I'm just walking towards it. I'm just like trying to shoo it off the deck, very nice. She's freaking out. The other chicken's freaking out. A rooster flew off the deck, and I'm standing here. I'm like, what did I do?
Yeah, basically it's become a chicken deck.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. I didn't hear any of that, to be honest, I can tell you.
Oh, alright. I thought you would be able to hear it, though, because they were screaming pretty loudly.
No, not if I had this close to 311, I wouldn't.
It was like Timothy's scream, except 10 times more scarier.
Oh, God. If there's any big chicken, I don't know.
You know what's funny?
What?
I was looking through my characters, my friends' characters. Have you ever seen that video with that train with the face? Well, here's a reference.
Oh, okay. Oh.
You want nightmare fuel?
There's the shot where Thompson first had the infamous race in the books.
Is that really? Oh yeah, it is.
It's from the
I have all the old RWS books.
Me too. But this is from a very rare old route, not like the one that we're seeing today. And it was poorly done, but this was one of the most. But I'm still working on this because I'll be covering this up with a lot of trees and everything like we're seeing here. We're going down a small little grade again. We're going to hopefully our last flag stop.
Yeah.
Which I had given a name, by the way.
What's up?
There it is, just down the little grade. It's just down here, and it just drops steeply a little bit down the curve, and here it is. Small little village town. There it is, our last one. And it's called Brandale.
I like that.
It's a small little flag stop.
Let me tell you something. You want to know something funny? Oh.
There's a little manor house. That's where Mrs. Conley would have lived.
Oh.
But I've changed it into a manor house now.
I like that. That server that I was telling you about, that
Yeah.
Springfield one.
Yeah.
I just came up with that by complete. Oh, I just realized that Springfield is from. Oh God, what show is that from? I think it's from Family Guy or Cleveland Show. I might have messed that up.
We all mess up.
Well, I totally thought it was original at first. Now that I think about it, I don't think it's original. I couldn't think of any names, so I was using a name generator. I was like, okay, what name do we got here? And I just kept tapping it over and over again. I was like, oh wait a minute, Springfield. That works. So I just named it Springfield Valley and called it done.
But it works.
Yeah, it was Springfield Valley, and then I put like the semicolon there. And I said a new era, and I figured that would be actually a pretty nice name. That actually might be a good name for a series, though. Now that I think about it.
Yes, I like it. There we go. We got it. We got a new bridge coming up.
The only problem is, though, is I would never know how to make an actual series. I've never done it before.
Well, you can always learn from the best of the best.
Yeah.
You'll get there eventually. You can always do it like an audio series or whatnot.
Yeah. Or like a somewhat serious but like comedian-like series.
I see. Yeah, not too comedic, otherwise it kills the show.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's the part where Percy would have had his near back in the water in the books when he fell in, but I've changed the bridge now to a double concrete thing for the American engines to go over it to withstand the waves. And here's hopefully our final, double-crosted station on the branch.
Yeah, I like it.
Still working this one up still. The trains can go back and forth.
How long did it take you to make this map, just in total? Since I know it's still a work in progress.
Well, I've been basically working this on now for 14 months now.
14 months? Oh my god, that's so long. Like, I can create a small scene within an hour and it looks okay, but like, for 14 months of work, oh my god, that's literally like 2 years, two and a quarter.
Yeah.
Right? Is that about right? 2 and a quarter?
I said 14 months, so it's been 2 months, over a year and 2 months.
Oh. Wow, I did the math wrong there for a minute.
That's what happens when I merge and custom routes together. There we go. So that's the way they go in, and then the other one is just where they go the opposite direction.
All right.
Just ignore that. That happens quite a lot because I have 2 cameras there.
I like how I'm doing schoolwork and doing this at the same time.
There we go. That's the test run over with. For now, I've given you a nice tour of the route, but here we go. Here's the first tolling, right? And it goes all the way on, and it slowly drops down again, a slow little incline. Just ignore these.
Is it supposed to be like all flat planes right there for the time being, or are you actually gonna add a whole bunch of detail in?
I'm gonna put a bit of details whatsoever in there. And these are the 2 final stations I'm thinking of for the end of the line, because we come through here, we cut around, and then we curve into this section, loop our way around again, and another curve around. Sun's rising up, and hopefully this will be just a few more blocks in. Hopefully will be the ending of the expansion line, and I can make a little terminus, and then they can go back round again. Because this is how big the route looks like from now on as we go in.
That's insane.
Basically, there's the entrance way to get in. This here and all that.
Where did we start?
We started there. We just worked our way around. Basically, here is the entrance way. All this here in the original layout, this would not have been there in its original prime time. So I'm giving you a tour here briefly, okay, before I wrap this one up. We started from there when we worked our way through, and then we cut through a lot of stuff around here. Like I said, that's where we started off, all the way until we entered the forest. This is when it becomes a double track slightly again. Trains can pick up speed if they need to, and that's where the trains have to wait to get that. That's where they go outwards, and that's your way to get through to the other side. To get through to what would have been the final leg. Cut through here.
All right.
So
basically, it's just a big work in progress.
Yeah, it's mostly done, but I'm still adding textures in. This is a new yard layout. Here's one of the stations at its time. This is a little pencil yard there to walk around with. And as we progress, around here is the original coaling mine yard back in the day.
Okay, I like that. That's actually...
This is actually from Toby's old line from the Railway series. That was pretty bad, so I just reskinned it into a American coal mine. I was very impressed by it. Yeah, still work in progress, but go through here, and they have this here around, and there's the coal mines, which are out of service. And over here is where they can stock a long line of trucks, to raise them out, to keep them in place. And then up here, again, the little coal mine around here. And here it is, the original main headquarters of the coal mining. It's still work in progress, but this is the original.
I like it.
A bit much, but it still serves.
I like it.
If you think that's good, man, look, it goes through here, and then we go into like a mountain type of forestry that you see mostly in American states. The tunnel, and this is it. This is where we get into like forestry territory now in the mountain range. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean.
Yeah, this was a nightmare for me to do, but I enjoyed it so much. Then it got better and better. Cut through here, through a little town area. All the way through, and before we go back there, here's where we got so far, and we curve around through here, all the way through, and then we swerve our way around. And here's hopefully the last station I'm working on, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. And just ignore that because
honestly, I like the line.
Just ignore that because I'm thinking that's what the original station sheds would have looked like, or whatever. And prior to that, that's how far we're in to where the original headquarters are going to be. I'm still working on what to do, and that's when it gets really tough and hard.
I don't remember when you make the roundhouses. Don't they like appear in like certain orders, or does it like click and then you just drag it how big you want it?
No, you place it anywhere you want to go. You click it in and then you just move it around. They're really hard to do, but they can be done.
Oh, all right.
It depends where. I always put the roundhouse first or stationary, and then I kind of lay my track work out. Anyways, this is what's good. And this little thing here, you might be wondering, where does that lead to? Well, you're in for a bit of a surprise because nowadays, in today's time, this thing is all cut off now. Because the branch line originally had a connection. It had a secret in partnership with another branch, with another line. Think of it as
a lot of digest with this map. That's for sure.
Think of it as Think of this as like the American take of Crowens Gate, in a way, or the Mid-Sodal Railway. Because look at where we're at.
Wow.
The original terminus ending mine, and look what's next to it. A narrow gauge.
It's just where I can't even like talk.
Yeah, you're absolutely shocked. It is. And as you can tell, only 3 engines could work on it. That's just how it was. And unfortunately, 2 out of the 3 survived, and 1 perished. Hence why there's a ghost wandering around in this place. And eventually this whole line got abandoned up. doing its downward spiral. Went out, and they went out of business. This is the line cut around. I've had a lot of fun with this. Cut through here, down there. First stop on the train line. So they know a gauge, and they wander around. They cut through mountain and trees area. It's like the Rio Grande would do. And here I actually merged the route from the DLS to connect and just made a little bridge. And I'm doing some tweaking here still on this. Has a logging regime around here. But yeah.
Just a lot of work that needs to be done detail wise and all that.
Oh yeah, I'm still merging with tracks and everything else, but
at first I thought that was the narrow gauge line.
It is. This is the narrow gauge line.
Oh, it is, yeah. Wow, I'm blind.
That's because it's dark still. That there's the new track. That there I still gotta get rid of. All that there still. Swoops around and it cuts through again. And then we get to hopefully our 2 final stops. This is another terminus sectionary. And that's this here. It's called Riverside. It was named that anyway, but because we're next to the river. And then we cut through.
I like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Cut through the mountain sectionary. There's other bits that need to be fixed up around. Because I did this once before. And then we just...
Let me think. What was it? Go ahead, continue. I need to think for a moment. What was that?
This thing here is still working around, and that there's... Oh yeah, I gotta work on that still. There's the grain wheel, whatever that's called. And then that's where freight guys go and have to spin around. Then through here we get to our final stop before we get to the last routine. It's only a small station still though. There it is. There it is. It's called the Dinky Depot.
I like that name.
That's what it was called anyway on the DLS. We get this here, small little station, and we progress onwards into a small tunnel, and then we go into a loophole. There we go.
Brilliant.
Then we circle ourselves around, all the way around, and then we go to our final stop, which is appropriate because here it is. There's the last station, and then they just go back in on themselves. There it is. That's a look, and that's what it's called. There, if you can see.
Meadowfield Station. I like that.
Because look, the station is actually located in a meadow. See?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Small little station, and that's it. And then the line runs back on itself. And that's the connection of this small little narrow gauge connection in the branch line. Because in its heyday, that was good business for both of these lines. They had a working relationship and they did good business together. But eventually, 2 engines had to be bought out because the line was going to go out of business. And one of them, the engines didn't make it, why the ghost supernatural rolls around. And eventually the line closed out. And so that's why in this location here, when I do complete the route and then do some twisting on it, this thing will be abandoned afterwards. So there's a bit of supernatural. There's a bit of supernatural going on about on this branch sometimes when they come past this area.
Huh.
So to give you overall thoughts, what do you think of this CSW branch line in general?
I love it. Honestly, it's something extraordinary. It really is. It's brilliant.
In the original line, only 5 or 7 engines could run this thing, or maybe 3. I don't know. I'm still working on that. But anyways, as you can see, there's the original. As we said before, there's the headquarters of what it is now. Because the old one, I have yet to determine what it would have looked like. Okay.
Okay.
And then it moved to this, and then this became the new headquarters at the end of the line eventually. Technically, it was the starting point when you entered the branch line originally, before it became the main headquarters back then.
Which would make sense, yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah,
I love it. I love this idea.
Yeah, it was, yeah. That was never there to begin with. The old. Anyways, I've got to get out of there. But anyways, 311 took you on a good ride. down the branch for most of it because I didn't want to waste too much time. And we've been on for almost 4 hours. Damn, I went way too long with this one. I should have said let go of all my past issues, and then, bam! I just got carried away.
That happens. You know, it's best to talk to friends.
Here we go. I'm just going to say it through here. Yeah, this is where trains have to stop and let them come through because of the traffic. It's natural.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have to wait. It can be a bit of a pain in the rear sometimes, but that's just part of it. Depending on what, if it's passenger traffic, it's one thing, but if it's freight traffic, it's another thing. It's like that scene where Avery in the Masonville Railroad, where it says to prove a point or whatever it's called, like make an impression, and she had to wait for the Milwaukee diesels to pass around it.
That's what you reminded me.
Yeah, it was based on that whole thing where Milwaukee was in pretty bad shape, as we know in real life. In Milwaukee, back in the 50s or whatever it was really, really, really bad.
Yeah, I actually have Avery in my document.
Funny enough, I've actually got the same model as Avery, but not the number, because she's 8754, whatever her name was. Mine doesn't have that.
She's a K4, right?
Yeah, not K4 Pennsylvania, but she's basically a New York. She's a New York Central K11.
There is a K11 that's her number.
That's what I mean. I have her from the old site too, but mine doesn't have the same number as hers. So something must have happened. They've either reskinned her number or regardless. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I actually happened to find an image of her, the real version.
No, but it's funny because I don't know where Amtrak got the whistle soundtrack for the old engine, because it looked pretty good. It's the one that is, and if you don't know, the voice actress who does Avery in that one was the same one you heard who voiced 311, Liz Production.
Really?
Well, her voice is not that distinguished. It's not that hard to recognize.
Yeah, let me see. Where's it at? I'll show you real quick for you in the stream if I can find it.
Oh well, don't worry.
I don't know why my computer's being really slow.
It can be that way sometimes. Let's see what you got. Yeah, I know which one it is. Let's check this out.
I don't know if you could see it on your end, but my end it's... Oh, wait. Reaching its peak, that's... Come on.
I can see it.
I don't know why my computer's being derpy today.
Don't worry, I've gone into full screen mode so I can see what you're doing.
Oh, there we go. I'm getting my speed back. I guess it's just trying to process it all because I have Discord. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where's she at? There she is.
There's Avery. That's her, yeah, the New York Central K11. There we go.
I should say that she belongs to Bill, though. I should add that in. Because I am using her. I'm going to be using her once I get a K11. But
you can download her, you know. It just takes time to get the dependencies in.
Yeah. Let's see. New York Central Pacific. Come on. Oh, yeah. I even got the blueprints.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
And unfortunately, the document breaks right around here. It's not like all the other ones, as you can see. It kind of like broke and separated. I'm going to have to fix that later. There she is.
Ah, there's the real Avery.
There's only 2 pictures of her. This one and this one. I looked high and low for every images that I could find of her. Well, as you can see here, that's the only documented pictures of 4566. But I did add 2 other images of a K11. I have 4560. I don't know who that is. 4550. And that's a roundhouse that burned down.
Well, like I said, I mean, I have got her, though. I've got a couple of other K11s that were reskinned in others, but I do have the original K11 of her before she had that number on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look. There's my T1 trio.
Who's that? Oh, and who's that there? I can see a PM Transportation number 139. Who's that?
Where?
There.
That's right here?
The PM Transportation's
this?
139. Who's that?
That's the 139th anniversary.
Oh. Just wondering who that was then, because I thought that was the Brookshire.
No. Oh my god! I think we do have a Berkshire. I don't know. I have so many locomotives I've lost count.
Tell me about it. I know the feeling.
This logo right here. I actually made this myself with I forget what logo maker it is, but I like it because of the way I did it.
Yeah, I gotta admit,
139 years is using your team powered by Steam.
I gotta admit, man, it's really been a pleasure speaking with you, man, and everything else. Hopefully, I've actually got a server on Discord. You can join in as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
And I've got some buddies of mine on Discord, and there's there's actually a server that will treat you like a family member.
Really?
Yeah, let's just say it's like a mixed match of just Thomas American stuff, but has other bits and bobs. Let's just say it's a place where they can accept people for what they are, regardless of what we have been in the past, regardless of all the nonsense and crap we have to go through. Regardless of what I've had to go. Yeah, trust me, it'd be like a.
I know how it is, because you know what? I've been in the community now since I was little. I've always been in the community.
No, I'm talking about like this is a different community, like of everything you like, right? And here's the thing: I've got a couple of other servers you might like to join besides my CS, because I have got a CSW one on there, which is of course related to what you just saw. I just made a Discord group about it.
Yeah, I have a PMM transport Discord.
actually, hang on, stay put where you are, buddy, because I know what to do. I'm going to invite you in.
All right.
And that way, maybe I can make you a new OC if you'd like to.
That would be fantastic. I don't know what we'd make. I don't know what we'd make me, but
it depends on what you like. But it has to fit CSW priority.
I like. Well, as you could tell, I like mountain types. I like mountains, Mikados, Berks, and the Redding T1s.
Hang on. Well, the Redding T1s would be way too massive.
Oh yeah, they are. They're like the actual northern class itself. But normally I just do Berks, T54s, the mountain types, or the R1A. And the Mikado. And the Pacific. I love Pacific.
Mikado Pacific could work, although I've got a couple of them. Fluttery Spider. What an unusual name.
Yeah.
Spiders aren't fluttery. Jesus. But I get the joke, man. I like it. So that's you. Badass. Yep. But Let's Plays. I like that show of Freeline. That's kind of cute.
Yeah. So I sent that to you. That's right. I did send that to you.
Nice, you found me. Yep, that's me, bro. Hang on, I'm about to invite you into my 2 other servers if you like.
All right.
Here we go. I got a couple of them.
Here, I'll stop sharing my screen.
So you'll get to see it. Oh, there you are. You're on top of the list. There you go. Welcome to CSW, the branch line server.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go. Make yourself at home with the other engines of the fleet.
Yep. And then I'll just add whoever.
Hang on. And if they want to, they're intrigued. Maybe they're more than welcome to, as long as they, don't cause any trouble. Because my servers are like, just for about trains having fun and everything else, and nothing less.
Yeah. Here, I'll even change my name for you.
It's funny. Just keep it in, man. I'll get used to it.
I was just gonna I was gonna change my nickname, so you know who I am and don't forget me.
I won't forget you, but I don't know about the naming. But in any case, there are some more servers coming around. There's a few more servers. There's another one I'd like to put you in, even though it's not to do with trains, but it can be train related, and because I have fanfics and whatnot.
Okay.
And I didn't tell you about this, but I am also an old school Disney fan. And speaking of which, I'm inviting you to this other server too, if you'd like to.
I don't even know how many servers I have. I might want to leave a few.
Might want, yeah. Here you go. Welcome to my fanfic of Dumbo, my favorite flying elephant.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny? I have a stuffed animal that I named Dumbo.
I got a bunch of them.
Oh no, and it's not even Dumbo though. It's just an elephant. It's literally just an elephant.
Yeah.
And I've had it for 15 years.
I like a bunch of stuff, including the books and the film, including the recent live-action one that Tim Burton did. That saved my life a few years ago. It made me become a fan of what they see now, and I loved it. And I've even got the novel of it, and I've actually been doing a fanfic of it. If you ever want to check my DA one of the days, have a good read about it. Because instead of Casey Jr. being in the stories, in my version, I'm using real-life engines, and you have to kind of guess what versions I'm using. But actually, you know what? It's good. I'll just say it. Because in the first one that pulls the circus train is actually a Mikado.
Oh, all right.
And it's basically one of my favourites. It's basically based off 4501, who is actually taking the train.
Huh.
Yeah, the 4500. Yeah, the 4500 class, and it looks like 4501. But that's
you know
who was
what's
taking.
funny? I was actually just looking at your server, by the way.
And what do you think?
I love it. And the best part about it is I just saw that you have 750, and I have a friend who actually works with 750.
Well, I've got a friend of mine who was a big fan. Guess what? I've got a friend of mine who has actually just recently met 750, who's a big fan of it. So I think you might have something in common with that.
Yeah.
So well, 750 on the CSW branch was just making just one of those random visits, you know.
Yeah.
I wanted to use the K&L one, but I couldn't buy it because at the time I wasn't really into the locomotive, so I had to make do with the older one, which kind of worked pretty well. Let's put it that way, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Funnier enough, I actually was. I will say this. I was in a series for like probably 2 episodes, and then I disappeared because it was really. I wouldn't say it was bad. It was just weird.
You know what's really cool as well? Like I said, I'm going to show you this quickly, and then I'll end the stream quick about other trains, because I was using real life engines in my fanfic stories to make it really awesome.
Yeah, I have a Hawk class. Her name's Olivia. I named it after my dog.
Oh, that's a nice name to use.
Yeah, my friends call her the Blueberry of the West.
Nice. By the way, let's play it. Here's okay. I'm going to share screen this way before we go.
All right.
Here we go. Like I said, how should I put it this way? Sorry, wrong one. Railroad. Come on. There we go.
Southern.
Oh
yeah, there it is.
Oh no, wrong one. There it is. There's the engine I was telling you about. Not 4501, but it does have the same paint scheme, except it's not 4501. Would have been probably one of the other engines, but it had this type of look.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, 4501's at the Smithsonian.
I know. She was only my third favorite ever engine I ever liked. Originally, he was going to be the original main character of CSW, but I had to change my mind. I thought, something didn't seem right. I don't know why it was.
Yeah.
By the way,
you know what the best part is about those engines?
What?
Have you ever looked at the front of them head on?
Yeah, they just got a lovely front. I know.
I was gonna say they have a smiley face.
They do, yeah.
With the marker lens.
Yeah, that's the same thing with Avery, because it looked like they're smiling. I know. Most American engines back in them days, from 1911 or whatever it was back in them days, they looked like they had faces on them.
I know, which made it even better, because that's like every person's dream to see like that little face on it.
Yeah.
There was a time where I actually took like a little spray paint tool on my computer, and I call them smiley boys. That's what I call them.
Oh, smiley girls are the female. Anyways, let's not get carried away, bro. Anyways, just to say, but then after the story ends, we actually get into really intriguing engines, because eventually I hate to be a spoiler alert, but when we go to Dumbo 2, the fanfic based on the live action movie that I did some twists with, we actually find ourselves in Roanoke, Virginia, and we actually see one of 611's classmates and then one of the Class A's flapping by, because I was trying to use real life effects, storytelling in history.
Yeah.
And eventually the story progresses even further to we reach the point to where we reach the point of to where we get to another certain point to where we actually get to see more engines, and then we get to see my character, return. I'll show you in a moment soon. The next time we're on, where we talk on Discord, I'll let you know about this privately.
Yeah, just let me know when you're having a stream or whatnot.
Yeah, or if I'm in Discord, we can do it that way. But anyways, we go to that, right, and then my character comes in, and he's like there, and then when we arrive in New York, we briefly see a New York Niagara and a New York Central Hudson, which is, just to make it badass. But then we get to see Max Magenta, who Danny DeVito played in the live-action remake. I'm not sure if you saw it or not, but anyways.
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
But anyways, we get to see that he bought a new engine because, during the war, not like in 1990, I'm talking about during the second one, because I did some altered timeline to it, right? Their first engine got blown up in a bomb raid, right? Yeah. And so he actually managed to buy another engine on the cheap, and the Pennsylvania actually lent one of theirs to them as a gift.
All right.
Now it may be too big, but this big baby right here is the one that you see that takes the train.
Ooh, the Texas, the J1 Texas.
Indeed, yeah, one of the youngest, and that's the one that takes the train. Yeah, but unfortunately, that train getting lost again because this engine gets caught up in maintenancing because Max Magenta is suffering from financial difficulties that he could lose his circus and his job and everything else, and he didn't have the money to pay for it. But we eventually find out that it does get taken from maintenance, but it would take a lot longer, and then that means his train is stranded. So, the good news is Michael Keaton, who played V.A. Vanderveer, the bad guy, who I love to death. I'm a big Michael Keaton fan, right? And I love the character he played, but I've done some twisting to his character to make him more like a good guy. I don't know why. I just like turning certain bad guys into good guys that could be useful,
Yeah.
Because I like that sometimes. Anyways, this locomotive here is actually one of the engines who actually has a much more unique history. This engine can outdo 1522. She's, the guy who voiced Greg. He did like his top 10 retired stars, and this was his number 1.
All right.
And I will have this locomotive if I just can't afford it. Unless somebody else can, I'll be happy. Because this big baby is going to join my CSW fleet regardless, and it will be.
I can pay for it. I have a debit card.
Yeah, well, this engine last year dominated 2020. It was the most anticipated project that KNL ever did, and I actually was one of the many voting to get this one done, and I loved it. The wait was so worth it. It was like a Christmas present.
What's funny enough is that it actually does look like 5629 in a way. The engine does.
5629. Who's that one?
She's a K4A Pacific.
Ah, I see. A K4 type. Oh, yeah, so she's a Pennsylvanian.
Not a Pennsylvanian. She actually, yes, she is. Because she worked for the Grand Trunk.
It's funny because this locomotive is actually an unknown origin type of class, Pacific type, to be honest. And she's, only 2 of her kind were ever built.
Yeah, 5629 is a USRA class, light Pacific.
And, oh yeah, now this is the surprise, and I hate to be a spoiler, but if you want to catch up with the fanficking, I'm just letting you know what I'm up to.
Okay.
Because this is where it gets intriguing. V.A. Vanderveer that Keane plays as the bad guy, and he says, like, let's take us all. That is like when he says the words like, let me take us all into the future, if you know what I mean, like being very futuristic and all that kind of thing. So I had a ace up my sleeve. I thought, if he wants to be futuristic, why not pick out a futuristic, stylish locomotive? And it's no surprise that I went for this, and I would absolutely laughed my head off. I went for these engines. This big baby right here.
The Hiawatha. Oh, I can't even say its name. I know.
Hiawatha.
The Hiawatha. Oh, those are beautiful engines.
And you can see a stylish look at the future, and I thought, perfect. And I had an idea. I took the Hiawatha
too.
Yeah, the most powerful Atlantic ever. No Atlantics can beat it. Anyways, I actually believe these engines could have beaten Mallard's record. I've heard so many stories. I believe these engines can do it. If someone can rebuild these engines up, I dare them to do it. I would love to see it.
Did you hear what's going on right now?
Yeah, I'm aware. They're building the Pennsylvania, that shark nose type. Yeah.
The T1 duplex.
Yeah, we've got 9 years. We've got about 9 years or so to go before that engine comes into existence.
I hope it beats the speed record. I'd love to see it.
I'll be surprised. I will be surprised if that engine can beat the record. If that Penske can do it, I don't know what will. But if it doesn't,
well, supposedly they're able to go up to like 120 plus.
Well, I know that, but if they can't beat the record, and if they have any standards on the railroad, what if they could rebuild one of these engines and this one could do it?
Oh, that would be amazing. Because
they came very close. You know what's funny as well? Like I said, there's also I actually did 2 of these. There was the there was this one, and then the other one was the Atlantic 462 Streamline Pacific one that burned coal. You know the other ones I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about because we have a few of them here in Pennsylvania.
Well, that one is there. That one takes the rest of Dumbo's circus train. Well, this one, one of these engines playing it's actually portrayed as the Dreamland Express, right? As I made a joke out of that. Yeah, like let's take us all to Dreamland, and this is like the express train of the future for it. What's funny is that these coaches here that Auto Crew designed, these also show up, right?
Okay.
Only 5 of them because they went for 6 coaches. You would think that the Beaver Tail Streamline parlor car would have been at the very end, right? You would think that, but instead, they actually put Dumbo's Streamline car at the end, like you saw in the end of the animated movie. Instead, replacing this car right here.
Yeah. No. All right. Yeah.
And and then these cars here, these coaches are where the humans are stored, because so they don't get caught away for the other stuff. Because they're treating it like a celebrity thing. Like they take Max Magenti's troop and everything else, so they can have a luxurious ride. Because the story ends with them leaving Joplin at long last, and they're going to complete their final tour around the States before going back to New York to their new home where it all began. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
Because Vanderveer buys the company out, but instead he merges them to work as a partnershiping deal. Not like you see in the actual movie, but I'm doing some twists with it. It's going to be intriguing if you read the story. It's really, really good.
All right.
Because we have a new villain that's basically behind the plots of what's going on. It's really cool. That's why I'm working on Dumbo 3. I've got no title for it yet, but I'm liking where it's going.
All right.
But anyway, just updating you, that's the engine that takes the circus train around, and this is like Vanderveer's future express locomotive. And he buys them out to help with Magenti's problems. Originally, I was going to go for the... do you know what I was originally going to go for originally? Because I made another reference.
Okay.
I think if I reread my story, I'm so convinced I put this locomotive here that made a cameo.
All right.
Streamlined KL47, Streamlined K4 that never survived. That was going to be the original engine I had in mind.
Those are very pretty locomotives. The K4 Streamlined.
This was the only one that was given the... Yeah, for the pen... Yeah. This is the... Yeah, number 3768 was the one who was given the honor for us, as you can see. I can only imagine this engine could beat Mal's record if it did. Just think about that.
There's a few of them out there that might be able to. It just all depends.
I think they could. Heck, I even dare say 611 could have done it.
611 probably could do it. She has the speed. See, but the thing is with the Mallard, I think they did it on a downhill too, if you think about it. Because from what records say, the valve gear actually melted.
I know it did, but I'm just saying that they've got more track speed record in America, more space to do it.
True. That is very true. That's what I was saying, because, if the Mallard was on a flat, what would its top speed turn out to be?
Good question.
Because, like I said, I think it was on a downhill.
They could have even said that they were going to go 130. They were that close. Anyways,
Which
but that would have been if that happened, that would have been the ultimate record of all Steam.
Yeah, but that could also be a very big accident.
I know it could have done, but just think about it. Back then, it would have been history in the making.
Oh yeah, no, back then it would have been historical.
Who knows?
No
I
doubt.
bet. Who knows? But anyways, the only thing I didn't like that this engine didn't come with is that it didn't come with the, it didn't come with its own Pennsylvania version of the Broadway Limited, which both Pennsylvania and New York Central were literally clashing for.
Yeah, the Broadway Limited was pretty.
Yeah. Not to mention, not to mention, both trains would run neck and neck into New York, to go up this and that, whether they were or Chicago and back. It was an everyday occurrence that happened once every week or whatever. So it was always good. So you could have two engines almost racing each other in. So it was pretty special if you were there back then in the last century.
Yeah.
So I could definitely tell New York. I definitely could tell the New York Central and Pennsylvania, from what I can tell, almost had like a friendly rivalry, if not a very, very intense one. Because competition back then was very fierce. I don't think they hated each other, but I do believe they had a good rivalry, like one of the best in railroading.
Oh yeah, they had a massive rivalry. You could tell. And you know what the funnier part is? I forgot to mention this before you end the stream. That engine that I have, 2018, haha, funny, I named it after,
Indeed.
What is it? The last New York Central Mohawk.
Yeah.
Which has that weird smoke deflector design. That's
where
I got the idea for the smoke deflectors.
And speaking of which, speaking of the New York Central Mohawks, KNL actually going to build one.
That would be interesting because I do like that class, even though it's technically considered.
It will work better than the old one.
What's the differences between a mountain and a Mohawk?
Basically, you could say Nathan from San Juan's getting a KNL form, which will look better. Who knows what will happen when KNL eventually comes up with some new stuff. Like I said, it's very, very exciting to see what they can do because you never know what they're going to throw out there. That's one of the best things I like about them. Brill. Well, with that being said, I think this kind of wraps this one up. Hey, Chris, if I need to find you in Discord, I need you to give your name so I can find you. Okay? I guess we're kind of done for the time being now. See what we got. Okay, this and that. Not too shabby. That. Train Boy 11, unfortunately, we've run out of time. I can't speak. Sorry, man. That's been, yeah. It's fine, man. You came at a perfect time. Look forward to talking to you elsewhere, man. It's really good. Oh, Mom? Oh, God. No, oh, no, not that again. It's not what Manny showed. Yeah. I know. No, that then, Mom. I don't know. No, you let me stop! What are you up to? You're eating today? No, you better look. I think you leave. I left them right there. I was just coming back in. Listen, who are you talking to? What you want to do is, if you everybody, you've got to change your name to go every kind now, because it's always the other noise. Yeah, perfect. I thought you were just talking, yeah. What is that? Ah, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm gonna end the stream in a moment. Let's just see what we got. Okay. Here we go. Chris, if you want to follow me, here's mine. Just look in the private chat. There. Hey, Chris Light, if you're still there, buddy, just go in the private chat. You can do it, and then you'll find me. Take care, bro. Thanks for tuning in for this special stream, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, all the past problems I've had here, gone down the drain, moved forward in. It's time for a new start here in 2021. This is Kanefan 701. Stay safe and peace, my friends. Enjoy Steam. Enjoy everything you like. Take care, man.